Alright, well, today is the day where we get the patch notes. As all the New World veterans know, the patch notes day is usually the part 1 of the patch notes. There is usually a subsequent part 2 when when there's a pre-patch to Steam, and then we can data mine the game. And then there is usually uh, I don't know if it's part 3. But there's like kind of like a post like after the game actually comes out patch as well, where we all start talking about stuff. Oh wait, did the stream information not update? It should update. It's just being slow. Data mine will tell us that these questionable more than these questionable notes. Yeah, there's a couple different patches. Rip, refreshing, divide, embrace. I mean, that's the theme of the patch, right? The theme of the patch is, from what I've seen, which I haven't like fully sat down and read the whole patch. Like my version of reading the patch was basically I went to the bathroom at one point today. I took 15 minutes to taking 10 minutes, and I just like started going through perks very quickly on my phone. But it seems like refreshing in general is not as good, or like it's not quite there. It doesn't look like we have gotten a pre-patch yet, so we have no information there. Um, so we're just gonna have to go off the dev notes most likely. And then once the patch comes out, we'll have a little bit more information, a little bit more context. Do you guys have any immediate thoughts on the patch for people that have like kind of taken the time to look through this? Did they say 300 skills aren't coming? I heard that but didn't read it. Yeah, 300 skills aren't coming. Everything's at 250 max. So just plan for that. They're like kind of reusing those systems, and like every like stuff will still be involved in terms of like what you want to make, and like but like you'll have to use that to like craft gear and like upgrade stuff to some degree. So there's like kind of two parts to this. Part 1 today will probably just be like general talking about reaction kind of perk stuff. Part 2 is probably gonna be like a so how do we get to the point where we're getting BIS? Like what's the plan? Like how do we advance quickly, if you will? And that will be kind of the interesting part. I think what I'm personally gonna do at first is probably gonna be going to rush through main story on my first character, try to get into catacombs early because I think catacombs has scaling rewards, and because it has scaling rewards, you don't have to go all the way through to get access to some of the best drops. So my goal is going to be to kind of go through catacombs and kind of get set up from that. Farming mats, and I can just do my own rune glass in 8 pieces and 2 weapons. Some of these infixes look crazier than the set bonuses. Yeah, that's going to be one of the things that will be a theme. The part that I don't think they went into is like what infixes could like roll on. Like it's obvious you can't roll every single infix on every single piece of gear. And it's just figuring out like what you can combine. That's gonna be the part that like we don't really know today. So it's gonna be hard to say, hey, this is a hypothetical best in slot setup. Like there's themes that you can get. Like I think stacking skill charm slots on weapons is probably generally a good idea because those perks have higher scaling that way. I think stacking defensives are generally good for tanky people. I think that Gem slots are basically mandatory for every single role. The only one that might not be that way is like for really defensive roles, you probably don't need a gem slot on your weapon. The lack of control over jewelry looks extremely bad, and all systems seem worse than Brim era, unfortunately, in some ways at least. I should have sunset all old gear and just made the 730 the new base. I think all old gear is like effectively sunset, but it's not sunset. And I don't think they actually like there's a conflict with them actually sunsetting it. If they were to sunset old gear, the problem is there's two versions of the game. You have the base game and you have the base game with the Rise of Angry Earth DLC, which if you have that DLC, this update is also free. And you have to allow systems for the people that are still on the first version of the game to advance. And because of that, you can't sunset stuff as nicely. What I really want to know is how they're gonna have crafting intersect with the fixed perks. There's a lot of good stuff that just aren't in the charms right now. So the did they ever go into like how set bonus gear works? Like, is it like preset rolls, or do we have RNG for those last two fixed slots? Any info about the charm craft? No, they didn't have information about the charm craft from what I briefly went through, and then they didn't have information on attribute threshold bonuses either. There's a few things that are missing. I have zero idea how to get gear to drop with the slots or perks I want in Season 10. Is it not just biased like Season 9? I know that if I wore perks or weight to then the content would match that. So it depends if loot biasing is turned on and how it's turned on for some of the content. So if there is content like how this has worked for raids in the past is raids have loot biasing turned on. Loot biasing inherently makes all the drops that drop for you bind on pickup and not bind on equip, so you cannot sell them. And you basically just get gear that's within the armor slot and the stat slot that you wanted. The stat part has been removed in season 10, so loot biasing basically just guarantees that you'll get armor in the vein that you wanted and I guess the same weapons. You know, I heard Divine's Embrace got nerfed. Is that true? Yeah, the perk did. It's no longer a infinite cast heal. You can't just spam it over and over. What a beautiful day. It's kind of across the board though. Like Fire Staff doesn't have access to refreshing Pillar of Fire now. So some Fire Staffs are like dooming. There's things like Greatsword. The artifact Greatsword got its damage effectively nerfed because Armor Pen got removed from the damage formula. There's like kind of a lot that goes into this. Have you gone through all the sets? I did in a separate video. I think I covered basically all of them. We might have missed like one or two, but uh that will be something that we talk about today. I'm just waiting for people to kind of get in here before we start this, so I'm trying to delay for like probably another couple minutes. We got the spooky zone. VG flail healer is real. Did they buff flail healing more? Because they kind of need to if they're gonna push that. Or did they like make it so that if you don't have a life staff, you have access to bonus heals or something? How's it going, Benny? I need to ask Eldorian because he figured out a way to make the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat to like show up on the VOD. I have no idea how you do that because Stream Elements to me only links to one or the other. Maybe there's a way to link to both at the same time or something. Miicrow, any thoughts on fixed versus slottable perks that I brought up above, or would you want to discuss it later? Where fixed perks look dramatically better than a lot of the slottable perks. I think that uh, you were probably confused because the person that wrote the article is confused, but fixed perks and slotted perks should be like roughly like you should not be able to get a perk that is fixed that you can't slot. Like that should not be a thing. Like unless it's an infix, like there's no way to do that. The it is valid to say that like the fixed loot pool is significantly larger than the charm loot pool, but the article is poorly written. Yeah, yeah, it probably was. This is like the part one patch notes, you know, like the New World patch notes are like if you took like a writing class in high school and it was like, hey, we're gonna have you guys peer review your rough drafts. Like that's the phase that we usually get the articles out in, where it's like totally has random errors throughout it. Was briefly checked, but it wouldn't expect everything to be perfect, and it will be a little bit confusing. There's a program called Social Stream Ninja that puts all your chats together, although it's technically against Twitch TOS. I mean, I think dual streaming at one point was against Twitch TOS, but they're not paying me to only stream on Twitch, so I don't really care. Joel said no old perks are not replaceable with perk charms. Does that mean all current 725 gear is becoming useless? It's like sunset. It's like it's still like you could use it, but you're probably gonna find better gear. That's how I would describe it for the current 725. Like there's certain key pieces that might still be used next expansion for reasons I could probably get into, but like to give you like a brief idea, technically because and tier 2 perks are different than T1 perks, you could stack T1 perks with T2 perks. So say I wanted to put more weaken on a boss and I wanted to run enfeebling skewer. I could run an enfeebling skewer from T2 and then slot an armor with enfeebling skewer from T1, and then both effects should proc and then you get two weakens on a boss. So like there's niche cases where T1 gear could be used in T2. Or like it didn't look like they added refreshing in T2. So say you wanted refreshing. Well, now you could use T1 gear with refreshing, I guess. But I imagine they're going to go through and they're also going to nerf the T1 values to make the T2 gear like even look more competitive. Do we know if you could put duplicate perks on an item like 2 Grit Ward on one piece? You cannot do that, no. Is the New World expansion worth it for casual solo players? I think it could be if you, depending on how the Catacombs goes. Like that will be the spot I think for casual solo players that will be pretty fun, where you can just kind of go through, you can kill bosses, get loot, and upgrade your gear accordingly. Like there, that should be a queued mode, so that should be pretty easy to get into if you have a couple friends. Like I think it's only 3 players max, so like I feel like it could be worth it for casual players. I mean, the other thing too is like if you already had the if you have Rise of Angry Earth, this one's free, so there's not really a decision to be made there. Yes, it's just like it's automatically worth it. But if you haven't gotten Rise of Angry Earth, I guess it's a decision, and I think it's like 20 to 30 bucks. You get access to mounts, which is like a really big deal. You get access to flail, which is a pretty cool weapon. You get access to artifacts. Like you get so much for the 20 to 30, it's probably worth it. I'm also biased though because I've spent like 5,000 hours on this game, so of course I'm gonna say that this game is like relatively good, and you'll get your money's worth. Miicrow, you should stream the leveling. I know you do. All, you'll. I know you doing all the fun off-screen content. No, I'm probably going to. It's just it's so early. Like this comes out at like 7 a.m. my time, and I took time off work so I can. It's just like, God, starting at 7 a.m. is just so early. And I'm like the kind of person that like can't play a game for like a ton of hours straight. So it's probably gonna be one of those things where I start start streaming, we're probably gonna have to take some breaks and kind of go from there. But I'm gonna try to. Anything with the legal perks will probably have value. I mean, you can get legal perks in T2 as well. I'm already thinking about ability using 4 pieces of the grit set, 2 from the silence, and improvising the rest of the build for whatever fits. I think that stuff is really cool. The part to point out is like if you have conflicts between sets, so like say there's only 4 pieces in total of the grit ward set, and there's only I mean, for silence, you probably won't have the conflict if you only try to do a 2-0. But like, if you have 2 sets that like share a requirement, so it's like, say you need 4 of each of a set, and both of them have a set a chess piece that you need to have. Like now you can't run both, so that's gonna be the part that gets kind of interesting that we can't like totally miss out today. How's it going, Ease? Just switch between New World and Deadlock. By the way, Deadlock just had a ranking readjustment patch. What rank did you get? I got Ascendant 5, so I got there's like Eternus, and then it's Ascendant, I think, and then there's like a rank that I completely skipped, and then there's a rank below that, and I was the rank below that, and then they bumped me up to being like top 1,000 in the world, basically. So, which is kind of cool. It was nice to know that was bugged, because I was like, I think I'm playing versus a tournament players. Miicrow, you're basically Masters rank now. That's that's what you said the other day, and you look at how many ranks are in Deadlock, and it's like I'm pretty sure I'm better than Masters. Like Overwatch just goes bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamonds, masters, grandmasters, top 500, and then like something else. I said diamond before, but like Deadlock has like 10 rank brackets, so Overwatch had like 5 or 6. Like it's less. But that's what I think I'm the equivalent of. Is like I think I'm high masters, like low GM equivalent, which is still like not very good for my standards, but it's like better than what it was, I guess. Is it really that impressive of a rank when you're only playing against 20 players? I think Deadlock has like maybe 100,000 players that are active. Like the concurrents are like somewhere between 20 and 50K, but I think it's probably 100,000 to 200,000 players that are active. So could I put a fixed perk on, say, an artifact? Uh, Artifacts are really weird. Artifacts have like fixed charm slots that you can't edit, and then they also have fixed perks that you can't edit. You can only edit the charm slots, so it's like it's very dependent on like what charms are locked on the gear. What we cooking up today? Today is just a go through the patch notes day and kind of answer questions and uh maybe do some like I think one thing I wanted to do at least to have some topic for a video is probably go over like my top 5 PvP perks and like top 5 PvE perks or something along those lines. We could also look at sets, but I've already kind of done a video on that yesterday, so it's probably not going to be the immediate video today. The artifacts have charm slots, Crush. If you look at the dev posts, they have had charm slots. Like any of the artifacts that are on there, they have a little circle thing, and then you could switch stuff out. Like fixed charms are just like a subset of like gear that you could put in as a charm, or like a fixed perk is a subset of that. Like every skill, defense, and offense thing, like technically it could be a fixed perk too. Yeah, the fixed perks are just for RNG. Yeah, they are just not for artifacts because artifacts you only have one of one. I don't know how it works for set bonuses though. Miicrow, could you clear up 2 doubts for me? One, will we have attribute bonuses? There's attribute bonuses, yes, but they didn't share what they are. Will it be possible to have items with 2 defensive slots or 2 offensive? Yes, it's possible to have 4 defensive slots. It's possible to have 5 defensive slots and no gem perk. You could, yeah, you can totally specialize that way. They've released screenshots of like Warhammers with like double skill perks on them. Yeah, I don't think artifact jewelry is that good. Yeah, crush. Like I think that's an accurate statement. Like I don't think artifact jewelry is that good. I think artifact armors are pretty good. I think artifact weapons are pretty good, but artifact jewelry is probably not that good. So it seems like in general the set bonuses with infixes are probably better than artifacts. There's just some artifacts that are good enough to still hold their own. I've just accepted the fact that I'm gonna be confused as fuck. I mean, I could try to make it easier. I mean, I'll be online like when it actually comes out, so I could probably help a bit too. But this is probably the most complicated update that has gone in the New World, and it's also the biggest update that has gone in the New World. So it's totally reasonable to not really understand what's going on. They also like didn't even talk about some things that are like a huge deal. Like they added the ability to like change your HUD. Like that's a huge deal. And like there's certain games like that would be the one feature for like the entire season. And New World's just like, oh yeah, we added that too. Gems are capped at one. Yeah, the gems are capped. There's a funny story to but that to have another day. Uh, if I have four gem slots, will the perks no longer conflict? For example, oh, gen slots. For example, physical version, elemental version. Yeah, there's no more perk buckets like that. There's no perk buckets. You can forget about the perk bucket system. It's gone. You could have 5 defensive perks. You could have 5 offensive perks. You could have 5 skills on one weapon if you want, or like one armor piece if you wanted to. Probably not one weapon. It's probably only 3 on one weapon. Y'all just watch. Gold Gloves is gonna be S tier one day. Will healers stop using featherweight after the change? I think it's likely that a good amount of healers will stop using featherweight. Yes. I don't think all of them will switch off of featherweight immediately. I think featherweight is kind of the I'm gonna tank damage and not try to run away build now. And then there's a different kind of build for healer, which is like a little bit more fight or flight kind of thing, where you're a little bit squishier. All right. Are they introducing any new artifacts? They're introducing at least 2. Companies already talking to healers to switch to Jin. Yeah, Jin's probably a good call. Except then you can't use the sacred hat. So that's the downside. I would argue like the top 2 for healer right now is probably Old Crown or Jin. Featherweight is up there still. Will the bow grab well for clumps? Yeah, you can do that. We pulled up a clip of it like 2 days ago, like what the bow's grab looks like. Someone had a clip from the PvP server. It's pretty big. It's probably as big, if not bigger than Grav. Wait, Google Gloves with silence set to transfer the silence. I did that. I did it. Google Gloves is S tier. I'm pretty sure the transfer effect is complete random from your debuff bar. I don't think it has a priority. If it had a priority, maybe. Is New World Database already updated? New World Database cannot update until there is a soft patch. There has not been a soft patch to New World yet. You would see like a download thing here, but it wouldn't let you play the game. At that point, we have the files present here, and at that point, New Road Database could be updated, and New Road Buddy can be updated. So, like, the patch that we're going to be going over is, like, the first patch. Then there's a second patch where you look at the New Road Database stuff, and then there's kind of, like, a third patch, which is, like, kind of a git diff thing, where you just, like, literally go through everything line by line, like, okay, they changed this, they changed this. Like, there's different variants of, like, the patch notes. For an older gamer without crisp aim, what style should I adopt? Probably melee. Probably something melee oriented. Healer wouldn't be bad either. You don't really have to aim for healer. Um, Support like IGVG is good too. Yeah, supports are pretty easy to play as well. Unmoved good now. It's probably decent. Are they trying to make Firestaff not use at all? Thoughts on the Firestaff nerf compared to other light builds? I'm not totally familiar with the Firestaff nerf. I only know Refreshing Pillar of Fire was nerfed and most Refreshing perks were nerfed. Bow looks stronger? I mean, bow should be stronger. Bow is like really, really weak. Wonder what the BB meta will be like. I mean, I think we're going to go into a BB meta. It seems very, very likely. To me, like, the strongest weapons of the patch are probably BB... Or, like, the biggest improvements are probably BB, Musket, and Void Blade. Like, Void Gauntlet. Like, those would be my top 3. Does Dorgant's Blade replace Finisher? It's used right now, apparently, for a lot of, like, SNS. Or, like, any build that goes for heavy attacks, it's, like, it's good for those. Why Musket? Because you can go 5 con with full offensive perks, go full offensive tree, go like quad attunement and weapon, and then just like shoot people. Like, I don't know, you could just like literally go complete glass cannon and you'll probably be hitting each shot for like 7 to 8k. How's it going to be a BB meta? They introduced an infix that increases your damage when your range damage when you're within 10 meters by 20%, but you also take 5% more damage. So it's a 20% buff to damage. It's like the equivalent of going from medium to light. And they're just adding that on top of the BB's current damage. That inherently makes BB very, very good. So BB, like, effectively by that one infix gets a giant buff. Because it's a ranged weapon and you're just generally going to be in close range. Yo, Schmeck. Yo, that's good timing because we're about to start going through this. Right now we're doing kind of a pre-patch Q&A. But I haven't actually gone over everything yet, so this is decent timing. You gave the shout out to Schmeck. Yeah, go follow Schmeck if you haven't. I'm gonna be using Schmeck for my PvE guides, and I'm gonna be guilt tripping Schmeck into trying to help me do PvE content that I can't get through. I just set a 7+ hour patch notes sesh. Looking forward to see what you're gonna cook up. If you did 7 hours, I might go grab a water real quick. Give me a sec. Okay. We are back. I've got a tiny water bottle, which is hopefully enough. I saw the doc of like, is that the doc where it has all the edits? Oh no, this is just like what's BIS. Okay. Someone had a doc of like all the edits, but the problem was is it doesn't show max perk slots, so you can't actually compare the perks 1-to-1. Oh, you don't go for a lot of... Huh, you're not going for a lot of set bonuses. Interesting. I'm gonna check the Discord tonight, see what content you put out. There's a ton of stuff to go over. New season's gonna be awesome for cooking. Oh yeah, it's gonna be really, really good for trying to figure out builds. Alright. So, I think it's time to start going through this. For the people that are migrating here from Schmeck's stream, you probably heard some of this stuff before, and he can maybe help me out a bit. I have spent a total of about 15 minutes reading through the changes while I was at work, and it was mostly while on the toilet in the bathroom, because that was like the only time I actually could escape doing my job. But got a small idea of what's coming, and we'll probably get into more here. So we've got Nighthaven. We've obviously seen pictures of this. I'm probably not going to go through exposition a lot, but It's kind of vampire-esque slash gothic slash like kind of medieval horror, like all those kind of themes. Uh, looked really really cool. Vibe looked really awesome from all the trailers. Artwork looked amazing. And it had a lot of content in terms of what's coming. This is probably the biggest patch that New World has ever had at a point where the population is not the biggest that New World's ever had. And I think sets New World up to have a decent run and a comeback. And we'll see kind of how that goes. But the zone is massive from what we've seen. You got new solo-ish PvE content with Catacombs. You've got new raid PvE content with, the raid that's much harder. PvP wise, you're mostly taking advantage of what was there in season 9 as well as the new gear. And just the gear update in general is just kind of gigantic. So to Catacombs, I think we've already kind of talked about this a bit. It's a 3-player mode. You are exploring a dungeon until you get to the end. I think the interesting part about Catacombs, it will be what meta evolves from it. There's likely going to be 2 diverging paths. There's going to be a meta that is more a solo play oriented, where you try to split up from your group and then you use the power of not defeating bosses early to advance further. So you can get to 3 bosses, for example. There's 6 bosses total, and then everyone from your party can solo 1 boss at the end, and then you just kill all 6 at the same time so that there's not a massive power spike. I think that's probably going to be one concept that's used a lot. And then the other concept will be to group together and try to defeat the bosses as a group. Everyone come back to the game. We have got a ton of news content. Also, good luck understanding anything gear related. I could probably help with the gear a good amount, but Catacombs is going to be one of your ways to get access to endgame level gear. It's probably going to be the best way to get access to endgame level gear early, considering you don't have to go through all the bosses to get rewards. So there's 6 total bosses. They said they don't expect you to get through all of them. So if you can only get through like 2 or 3 at the beginning, you'll still probably get access to uh, some version of loot versus mutations if they get up leveled, and M3s are the one that drop the golden goose, if you will, the up to 4 charm set, 4 charms gear. That's going to be much harder to do early on, or much harder to complete than something like Catacombs could be. A noteworthy thing from a PvE standpoint, if you're looking to gear up your gear, armor gear score typically doesn't matter in PvE. It matters for mutations because they added in like an extra modifier if you're under geared. But by far the best way to progress early will likely be to power level 1 weapon. I would generally recommend power leveling an artifact level weapon that you're going to consistently use. And from there branch out into other things. Armor gear score matters even less now because there's no attributes on it. Yeah, exactly. Because there's not that either. It doesn't matter that much at all. I did like pre-record a video yesterday and realized I messed it up, where I was going through how to gear for season 10 with under 1,000 gold, and it's incredibly easy to find cheap pieces right now that have like enchanted ward on there. And they aren't the right they aren't the right attribute that you'd want, but the attributes are gone tomorrow, so it's like you don't, or like on Monday, so I don't really care. Inferno offhand, and then get a dreamy rapier. That will probably be a common one. Inferno offhand just for consistent damage. How's it going, Shinj? It's been a bit. Love the Europeans. EU usually better than NA. We've also, so besides Catacombs, this is probably the best solo content for the next expansion. We've got Isle of Night, which is going to be the raid content. From what we've seen from the raid of the second boss, the second boss at least has one phase where there's 4 different entities they have to fight at once. So you're probably going to need like an off tank for that. The gear comp for this, or like the actual what's going to be good for the raid, is going to be pretty crazy. I like imagine people won't be able to complete it right away, and it sounds like it's going to drop the end game gear as well. So 20 catacombs, 25 mutations each week plus raid plus chest run. Sigh. I mean, I don't like, if you're trying to like max out all the content like on one character, you could probably do something like that. Uh, I I think it's more of a like you'll probably only be able to stick to a couple characters at a time, but I wouldn't go that hard the first week. Like that just like unless it's like that fun. But I think the catacombs will be pretty chill. The mutations to me are get like extremely grindy and extremely repetitive and extremely boring. But catacombs will always be like at least somewhat fresh. I'm ready to go 40 and 0 every war with my Crescent Wave. They nerfed Crescent Wave, though. They got rid of the Armor Pen passive that was secretly triggering off all the wave attacks. Which is probably going to be along the lines of maybe like a... I'd probably put it up ballparking at like 10 to 15% nerf. Is it just me, or is BB Inferno plus Close Quarters going to be crazy? Oh, it's probably going to be crazy. Because then you get the double aspect to the Close Quarters proccing. Crescent's still going to be strong for PvE, right? Yeah, there's no PvE mobs. They have armor technically, but the main point for Crescent PvE was like more so for either ad clear or for tank aggro, and it's still going to be good at both of those. Besides Isle of Night, there's also the fact that gear got... I mean, this probably should have been the first thing on here, but gear caps at level 70, max gear score is 800. There's generally speaking T2 perks. All the gear currently has T1 perks. T2 perks likely are going to be superior to T1, so while you could use T1 stuff in T2, and there might be select reasons to do so, it's probably generally going to be best to upgrade to new gear. So I wouldn't be too attached to your current stuff, except for your artifacts, which will remain viable in T2 and will be converted. So Inferno BB best DPS, not known. we would need to test it. Like, and it would depend on like what mobs you're going against. The main thing that's bad for BB is like while it's good single target DPS, it doesn't have a lot of utility. It doesn't have access to a ton of damage over time effects. And most of the New World PvE meta is based off of applying a damage over a time effect and extending its duration. And then by extending its duration, you can kind of take advantage of a few things. Like if you're extending a duration of a dot, you're just constantly getting more damage from it. It's like you just have extra damage up all the time. Here they kind of explain what perk charms are. So this is an example with the new artifact Incinerating Hatchet, where it has a offensive charm slot and it has a skill charm slot, and it shows how you can kind of switch between the different charms, and we'll be going through the different perks for these different charm slots later. This artifact as well seems like a half decent artifact, but you're also competing versus a lot of other throwing hatchet artifacts, in my opinion. You're competing versus, Freya, which is more CDR oriented. You're competing versus like a normal hatchet, and then you go for the VG artifact offhand, which now has good dex scaling. So that's probably going to be another thing that's really good as well. So I just wouldn't expect hatchet to fully like use this in every single spot if you're going to go for a ranged hatchet, but it definitely seems like it's going to be a fun build and probably be viable. Can I lock perks and random roll charms that are crafted? I don't... They didn't really explain the crafting system super well, so we're probably going to have to look at that day one. But from my understanding, I think it's pretty bare bones right now. You definitely can't lock the charm slots. You may be able to lock the fixed slots, but we don't really know for sure. I think Inferno in general is going to be a really strong offhand because they seem to have fixed the scaling problem with it, and then it's just like an extra 15% consistent damage while you're in close quarters. And most PvE stuff are going to be in close quarters. Joel did basically say he wants to add a full control craft, FYI miicrow, but not in yet. I mean, that's probably like a season 11, season 12 thing. There's different set bonuses. I think this is like completely like the way they explain it is like really horrid. But you have bonuses between 2 and 4 and like 1, 3, 5s. So they show like some example things with set bonuses, but the part this doesn't take into account is the fact that you could have artifacts. And artifacts don't count towards set bonuses. So depending on how many artifacts you slot, your the set bonuses that you could take advantage of will be limited. I think generally speaking, from what we've seen, it seems like artifact jewelry has the potential or the most potential to be left in the past, and artifact weapons slash artifact armors will likely continue to be competitive with these set bonuses. Is the best round shield the one that you get from the lower merc boss? It's the one I put out a video about that has the strike. It has slash protection, has arcane protection, has refreshing move. That is very likely the best round shield. But there's other ones that are also very good. It's the one that gives you the glass skin. No, need to be level 65 to access Nighthaven, so you need the DLC. Yeah, yeah. New World without the DLC, you're gonna be limited to the base game, that's like up to level 60. If you bought the DLC, you get access to 60 to 65 as well as 65 and above. So it's like this update is effectively free if you bought the Rise of Angry Earth DLC, but if you don't have that, it's not free. And just buy a tournament includes both. How much are we looking at right now if you were to buy New World Tournament as a fresh player in the DLC? I actually don't know how much it costs anymore. It's like $60 USD. I mean, that's not that bad. Like, new games are like $70 at this point. The DLC alone is $40. Oh, they never knocked down that price individually? That's... I feel like it... Yeah, like 30 sounds more along the lines of like where it should be. But 60 is like pretty... Yeah, it's like fine. I think the way that they're starting to go into future too is like where they're starting to put more time and effort towards the cosmetics and like the season passes. Like the season pass like art for this is like crazy. Like this middle piece is like absolutely nuts. And then, like both the left and the right ones also look pretty cool too. Like I don't know if they necessarily fit the New World aesthetic completely, but they're at least in the theme of it, and then they just like look awesome. Oh, region pricing is a thing for Steam. Yeah, I mean that's just like Steam stuff for the most part. I don't know how much these devs can control that. But the art all looks awesome. I would expect most people, like Schmeck put this together, it only has one set bonus in it for the PvE. I'd expect most people to run like maybe 1 to 2 set bonuses and not much more than that. You like you could potentially fit 3 in there if you only go for 2 ofs, or if you do like maybe a little bit more than that, but it's gonna be hard to fit everything. Miicrow check DM real quick. Uh oh, okay. Thanks. Region pricing doesn't exist for New World. I feel like this will revive the game on October 13th. I mean, it will definitely be revived. The question is for how long and if the population will keep going up. Like Kanan put together a video yesterday where he basically showed that New World's pop is like trending upward, which is like very, very uncommon for an MMO standpoint, even before like the expansion came out. Uh, and that's like super, super like it's really good for the long-term health of the game. Kill, is there not a bundle? Yeah, New World Tournament also contains the DLC. So yeah, you only need this. If you get the 60, it comes with the 30. They overcooked, in my opinion. I mean, they definitely did a lot, but like you have to remember that New World up to this point wasn't really designed with an endgame in mind. Like artifacts were kind of an endgame, heart runes are like kind of an endgame. They had like systems in terms of endgame content, but they've never really had endgame level rewards. This is like the first time they're implementing something that's like truly like an endgame level reward that you'd see in other games. Or daggers in season 10? No, they're not. We have the umbral system that was existed back in Brim. If you're a newer player, you're probably not used to this. If you're a player that played during the Brim era, you remember this and hopefully think fondly of it. But what umbrals allow you to do is you have the ability to upgrade gear. So if you got gear that wasn't max gear score, it's not completely useless and it can just passively upgrade it over time. The cap is pretty large at 4,000. I wouldn't really worry about hitting that cap consistently. You can get these from mutations, from raids, from catacombs, from elite chest, OPR, CTF, 3v3 arenas, or the PvP rewards track. So there's a lot of different options for obtaining them. I imagine early on, elite chests are probably going to be one of the easier ways, as well as like OPR slash one of the PvP modes that scales your gear up. Catacombs is also probably not that bad as well early on, but over time we'll probably transition to be more mutations, raid focused, or get a little bit more specialized in terms of where you get them. So not soul trials? No, the soul trials at this point they're kind of just like entry level beginner PvE that they haven't really quite fit into the current system. I mean, they also don't have like wars as a source and like some other things too. So like they're getting there, but they definitely don't have everything. So an Umbral Shards be back in the day? Yeah, I don't know like the thing with it back in the day was like mutations were like by far the best source. Like it was nowhere near anything else. So I imagine this is gonna be probably not as big towards the swing of mutations, but we have to see. High is named items, not 700 gear score, dead. If you cannot upgrade the item to 700 gear score, it likely is more or less dead. Unless it's like a shield, because shields have weird properties. So this armor is now defined by having a form charm slot. Not necessarily. It's whatever is best in slot for your build. If you go for a gear set, for example, you're not going to be able to have 4 charms, but if you have useful perks while you have that gear set out, like it could easily still be considered to be best in slot. Best in slot's probably going to be far more dynamic now. There's probably not going to be necessarily one best in slot, but there's going to be a variety depending on what style that you play. In my opinion, M3 is a lot harder than the Hive. Yeah, I mean, and then they're also effectively making it harder too with some of the changes that they built into gem scaling. We have infix perks. These are basically artifact grade perks. Attribute changes. They reduced the amount of total attributes present in season 10. They increased the scaling though in a way that you'll probably have a similar power level. I imagine this will effectively increase the time to kill, which I think personally is a good thing, but depending on what mode you play is either a good or a bad thing. If you're an OPR player, it's probably annoying because you probably just didn't get healed before, so higher time to kill isn't as ideal. If you're a war player, time to kill is like definitely too high. They've redesigned or kind of gone through all the different perks, so now there's like kind of a perk V2 for everything, and there's a perk V1. The V1 perks are, I think they don't really have a 2 next to them, but the ones that have a 2 next to them are all the new ones. The V1 perks probably are more or less going to be phased out. There's some that I could see still remaining viable. So, for example, if you have because these are considered to be different perks, you could technically stack skill charms from T1 with skill charms from T2. So you could have like enfeebling skewer T1 piece on armor, and then use that with an enfeebling skewer piece from T2, and that could potentially be good. But that's like the main spot where I could see T1 gear being used, and I think overall T1 gear is probably just going to be slowly phased out. Old Crown still has the best change of all the artifacts, in my opinion. Did they show off all the artifact change? Or did they only show off a couple? Luck 2 is BIS. Yeah, you gotta stack Luck 2 and Luck 1. Uh, Patch notes list all? Okay. So we're almost there to the patch notes part. This is like kind of exposition. They released a new OPR map that we did a playthrough for. Hopefully they made the terrain a little bit easier to kind of navigate slash have like less collisions. That was like the main complaint people had with it, but the new map was fine. There's customizable HUD. I think this is like really underappreciated, but You can now move the HUD around, so you can have a customizable HUD depending on what you want. I think a lot of people are going to take advantage of this. It's going to be really, really nice. CTF has a new event that is coming out a few weeks after lunch where there's going to be a neutral flag they have to take back, and there's not necessarily playing offense and defense. I think this will inherently make CTF like even more clump for focused than it already was. And arguably will make it one of the better PvP modes for people to access if they want to kind of work together with a group or figure out a way to fight together, I guess, rather than split up and do side objectives. Like OPR often just turns into people going everywhere. CTF is a little bit more team coordinated, and this will make it even more clump oriented than before. There's also PvP healer role balancing. Oh, this is just like they're having equal amounts of healers per team, which is good, but I'd still like to see like one healer per group, ideally, and they haven't figured out a way to do that. Alright, now we start getting into the fun stuff. They need to do a mock war mode, and it's perfect. I think that's something that's on the roadmap for Season 11. People will queue as a DPS, but with a healer build setup. So, yeah, I mean, that still remains to be an issue. That's not solved. I feel like it's a little bit deeper of an issue that AGS just hasn't gotten to yet. Miicrow, do you think that if we have a perk with, say, Enchanted Ward, for example, already crafted onto an artifact, will upgrade? Or will it be one? I don't know. There's a chance that it will just, like, totally get deleted. We don't really know how it's going to work. This matchmaking change is going to be terrible. Some builds need healers. You can still cheese it. I mean, it'll be something for sure. We're gonna see it. I feel like we kind of felt it with the OPR map that we tested, and there were like 2 healers per team, and that was it. And then it just turned into like a ranged fest where people were just spamming pots. At a minimum, it's probably gonna increase my sales of pots, so I'll appreciate it in some fashion, I guess. Most people's answers are in the patch notes, FYI. Yeah, I mean we're starting to get there, but people want to ask their questions. All right, we got the combat AI stuff, new perk system. We've kind of talked about this a bit, and we'll probably get into it a bit more. There's set bonuses, so if you have certain your pieces from a set, you'll get an additional bonus that can benefit you further. There's different weapon scalings now that scale from S to F. I believe they specifically said, yeah, S tier starts at 95%, and then they're going to adjust stuff within that bracket. Generally speaking, the single scaling weapons are the ones that are S tier, like Fire Staff, so it's a small nerf to Fire Staff. It's a small nerf to any single scaling weapon that was there before, or anyone that's like in that category. Healing from the Life Staff Flow and Void Gauntlet still only scale off of focus, so even though Life Staff got an int bonus, the int bonus will literally only increase the Life Staff damage, so there's not really a good point of going into it. What about E tier? I don't know. It's kind of weird to me because most tier lists go S through D and then you skip E and you go to F, but they do have an E tier. The S will be 90, A is 80, B is 70, C is 60, 50, 40, 30. You get the idea. Hecta artifact gotta be reworked and more refreshing mover blessed. Yeah, or maybe they'll just convert those two to charm slots or something like that. I think Hecta inherently is going to be very good compared to what it is right now. Currently, each attribute has diminishing returns. They're kind of getting rid of that. They're flatlining it. They reduce the amount of attributes. They point out like 300 con has changed, but there'll be an infix on the rings that we'll get into later. There's a heart rune that came out that we have talked about once before called Phantom Blades. This is available at the faction shop. Oh, that's interesting. So you don't actually have to do PvE to get it. The one that's probably going to be the best from a PvP standpoint is going to be the one that inflicts sluggish. But I imagine this is also just going to be a good source of damage in PvE as well. Why on earth is it in the faction shop? I'm not sure. I don't hate it, though. It's probably because most people, like, for the Sandworm one, Like, not everyone can actually complete that content, so it's like not everyone could use that heart rune, and this just makes it a little bit more accessible. Hey, what's going on? For perks, the hardy effect has been added to everybody, so everyone starts at the max 100 stam. Uh, I believe they said specifically light will be a triple dodge, medium will be a triple dodge, heavy is a double dodge still. But they could have lied. They reworked all hardy on all items to be called gambling energy, which grants you 2 to 5% probably base damage while your stamina is not full. So that's another good perk just to increase damage overall. I said 45 for light medium, 50 for heavy. Okay, so with heavy you could just put like one perk of the or one rune glass with stam on there, and then you're just good to do a triple dodge. Hope everything goes well because it's basically a new game. Yeah, I mean it's like a V2. Like it's actually just like a V2. It's kind of crazy. Anything else you want to talk about here? The Mastery 2 are all the new perks. Gems, they adjusted conversion gems. So these just convert the damage types. I think we're just gonna have to play with this and see how it feels. The rune glass effectively is just always BIS now. I put up a video about that. And if you missed that, you probably don't get to play the market, but if you did that, you probably made a little bit of gold. Uh adjusting the value of damage absorption. Yeah, that's more that stuff. Artifacts got converted. Trinkets have a new thing that's inherent to them. So amulets give you max HP, rings give you base damage, and earrings give you CDR. The rings giving you base damage is important because this effectively nerfs light a little bit in weapons that took advantage of a ton of base damage factors because it will reduce the amount of base damage difference that you have from adding new base damage effects. So like if you go from 10 to 20%, instead of that being before from 0 to 10%, it was actually a 10% increase. It's like it's less than that full amount of an increase, like relatively. So damage overall, like everyone's damage got boosted up a bit, but that inherently makes classes that were stacking more of these base damage effects a little bit worse. And then they just in general did a bunch of balance changes. So the first thing that we have here are set bonuses. We'll probably get into that in a second, but let's take time to answer questions real quick. AGS cooked so hard. Oh yeah, they really cooked. They did a lot. Would you say that trinkets should be at a higher prior place right now? Oh, in terms of like where like in terms of next season? I think it will probably be like highest prio is weapons. Second prio for me is probably ring, which is really weird. But I think the base damage probably is the most important thing that you can get. Third prio, I don't know if it would be amulet or if it would be armor, but earring's still probably last prio. I think the main thing though is just get one weapon to like the 800 gear score at least. Ideally an artifact so you're not just like wasting it on something random. But the base damage seems kind of strong. Just made my major loss trophy today. Getting the shards was a grind. I haven't done majors. I haven't done ultimates yet, but that does seem like something that will be kind of needed if you want to do more catacombs. Any recommended farming I should be doing as a fresh returning player level 65 until the patch? Uh, I mean, I think gold is generally helpful. I think getting artifacts is generally helpful. Um, I think getting your faction vendor to max would be a good idea because matrices will likely be used and that will give you access to more gem or gypsums. Getting your trade skills higher is generally helpful, but it's probably pretty expensive to do right now. And then the other thing is just have an enchanted ward related set like on standby because it's probably going to be like the easiest way to get through the story. All right. I think we start looking at set bonuses now. So I made a video, talked about all the ones that we knew about. I think there's a few other that came out here, and then this also clarifies what infixes are used for each set bonus. So the thing here is you can see that there's 5 infixes. The set bonuses uses 5 equipped. So it's like if you want to take advantage of this full set bonus, you basically have to run all the pieces that have an infix on them. So it could be hard to mix and match set bonuses due to something like this. The enrage set, this one increases your base damage at the consequence of taking more damage, is like the TLDR of it. I don't want to spend too much time going through it because we've already gone through it once. But if you go to max, you have 25% more base damage, but you take 12.5% more damage. You also are probably just going to be sitting at 70% HP the whole time, and you're going to be doing more damage while you're 70% HP. In terms of infixes, there's a leech, so while enraged, all attacks gain 20% lifesteal while below 70% health. So you're likely going to be able to maintain that 70% health. I imagine in PvE it's probably pretty hard to live if you're consistently at 70% health, so I don't think this is going to be insanely good for PvE. I imagine it will be a little bit better for PvE, and it will be for PvP, and I imagine it will be pretty good if you're like kind of a more range-oriented weapon, or for a weapon that doesn't have to fear getting one-shot like Hatchet, or if you're someone that uses like Phoenix or something along those lines. Like if you have a way to kind of mitigate the fact that you're sitting at 70% HP and you're probably in one-shot range, this could be an interesting set to take advantage of, just increase your total DPS. There's Trenchant Enraged. Ball Enraged heavy attacks now consume 3 stacks to deal 20% more damage. Sounds kind of insane for Greatsword, I'm not gonna lie. But it's gonna be so hard to live if you're a Greatsword with this sort of thing. The other noteworthy thing is there's a passive on here where it's like heavy attacks grant an additional stack of Enrage. The Greatsword artifact that sends out a wave, Crescent Wave, that wave counts as a heavy attack, so it's possible to get to very high enrage very quickly with that weapon. It'll be interesting to see how that works out, but you're probably also, like, as a consequence of getting a high enrage very, very quickly, you're very likely going to be a target, and people will probably try to one-shot you. There's Enraged Hunt. While exiting a dodge with more than 20 stamina and you're enraged, consume 4 stacks to trigger a 3.5 meter radius AoE that will pull in nearby enemies. This is insane. That's like a gravel on yourself. I could very easily see people just using this Enraged Hunt thing as the one of with an enraged set, just to have this ability to pull people in. That is crazy. There's Enraged Refresh. So like the potential for this for PvE too, because I know we had Schmeck people like raid, is like if you have one of us with an enraged set, like you might not need to necessarily like run a great axe anymore. Like you could pull people in passively into a clump that would make your ad clear a little bit better, and then go from there. There's Enraged Refresh. Hitting a target with a lighter heavy attack while above 15 stacks of Enrage will consume 3 stacks to refresh the cooldowns of all active weapon abilities by 5% with a 1-second cooldown. So one of the themes from this patch is they removed a lot of refreshing or like refreshing from perks, and it's added to set bonuses and a few other sneaky effects. So refreshing and is kind of at a premium, and this is one of your only ways to get access to it. And then there's also Enrage Acceleration. While above 15 stacks of Enrage, you gain 8% haste. They nerfed Crescent Waves so that they don't count as heavies anymore. Is that in the notes? If it's not in the notes, it's kind of hard to believe. It's in the notes? No, it doesn't confirm it. That doesn't confirm it at all. That doesn't confirm it. What that confirms is that they changed that perk to only use, like, to only trigger off of the animations that are tied to the heavy attack for Greatsword, which is how they did it before. It doesn't confirm that they changed Greatsword to get rid of heavies. So what New World does with some of the Greatsword attacks, if you look at New World Buddy, which I could pull up, but it will probably get distracted and not end up back here for a while. is there's three greatsword animations that are used for heavy attacks, and what they started doing to get around the fact that Crescent Wave was proccing off of everything is they just tie those three animations into triggers. So it's like if you have one of those three animations, that triggers this ability. It's not that they necessarily got rid of the heavy attack portion of the Crescent Wave. Yeah, wave is still heavy, but it won't trigger a heavy attack. So that's what my impression is, Pan. It's still a damage nerf to the greatsword. Yeah, that it is, but there's a lot of other ways to take advantage of the fact that you're proccing a heavy attack that's hitting multiple enemies and not hitting at the same time, so it could take advantage of not triggering a bunch of activation cooldowns. So overall, this enrage set, I think it's insanely good as a one of. I think that it's okay as like a 5 of, and I wouldn't do it as a 3 of. It's like you kind of need to go all in, or you just need to take a bit. Enraged Hunt, I think by far is the best ability from this. Like by far, by far. But there is a good amount of potential to like just increase your damage output if you can find a way to live. So potential to cook with enraged waves. Yeah, I could see someone doing that. You might need to run Phoenix though, so you don't just get like one tapped across the map. You probably will be able to get a kill in time, so you probably won't die twice, but you don't know. We got Second Wind. So if you have two of the Second Wind, when you so this is the exhaust set. When you become exhausted, you do more damage to enemies within 5 meters. Hitting an enemy within 5 meters will remove any slow from becoming exhausted by dodging. So if you purposely want to stam out and then stuff, I guess this increases your damage. To me, this feels like it's a clumsy one. AGS kind of has like a fascination recently with like stamming out to trigger effects. I'm not sure why. This on paper seems like a pretty weak set bonus. Meeker, if you're gonna make me listen to your chewing sounds, at least take a pic. This is me just drinking water. I'm like losing my voice because it's like the third day in a row that I've streamed. Don't you think that enrage set could be used as a one piece only, like free damage without taking more because only one piece? I think that's what it will be used as. I think that's the main way to use it. The 4 of here, when you're exhausted, attacks that hit enemies within 5 meters have 10% lifesteal and grant 3% in power. Stack set lasts for 5 seconds when exiting the exhaust state, max 5 stacks. So it's just like you can get lifesteal and you can get empower. Both of these seem pretty mid to me, I'm not gonna lie. Why does this set exist? I mean, we can look at the infixes to see if they're useful. While you're exhausted, gain uninterruptible. That's okay. While under 50% stam, gain crit chance. Probably not that good. Cleansing slows and roots on yourself if you become exhausted by dodging. That one's actually pretty good. So like Nullifying Oblivion right now, from where it stands, it seems like it's going to be extending the duration of roots that are applied to you. And if someone goes right tree with VG, which I think people will start experimenting with, you have the ability to go Oblivion into Heavy Attack into Oblivion, and that will extend all roots on the target by 60%. And this might be one of the only ways to get rid of the root effects on you. So I could see this being used as a one of, even though the set is not that good. Speed of recovery, gain a 10% haste for 4 seconds after exiting the exhausted state. 30% from Oblivion, but yes. I'm sorry, I'm saying 60% in total. It'd be 30 and then 30. When the new update drops, what do I have to pay you to help me build out a good gear set? You don't have to do that. I uploaded to YouTube and then within the Discord, Crush can link it. But there's like this build section, and it's probably just gonna get revived, and we're probably just gonna throw a bunch of stuff in here and just talk about builds and optimization, and then you can just at people in here. That's what we usually have done in the past. So that's going to be like one spot. Those second wind infixes are good for IGBG, seems to be a trap for bruisers. Like yeah, like most of these are like they're okay. Like the nice part about uninterruptible if we get it is you just can't get pulled around, so you can actually like walk according to your own will. And getting rid of slows and stuns on you is obviously nice for creating distance. So like these two are actually like not that bad for just like creating more distance potentially. Like it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, New World Buddy is probably the best spot to like build out builds. The problem with New World Buddy is it can take a bit to actually click everything in for your build, in my experience. But that's like the only downside. It does a lot of other stuff for you. Can you have all four infixes? Yeah, you can. They're probably on different weapons or like different pieces. Are you gonna play on Pangea? My prio is gonna be pretty mixed when it comes out. It's probably gonna be Valhalla first. Uh, Either West second or Pangea second, and then West or Pangea third, and then Valhalla fourth, and then I think there's like a Hudson is like a character that's like a maybe. You got the Protector's Blessing set. While you have two equipped, when applying a heal to a target with over 50% health, gain a stack of Protector's Blessing, cooldown 2 seconds, 5 seconds max. While at max stacks, you're inflicted with 7% rend, and healing an ally that has more than 50% health will add a 15% fortify for 5 seconds with a 10-second cooldown. It seems insanely strong on paper. The thing here is, what does applying a heal mean? Does this mean any heal in the game, or does this mean specifically life staff single target heals? Because if it's only a specific amount of heals, this could potentially only be good for certain roles. If it's used for every single time I heal, this is actually kind of great. Um, I imagine life staffs will probably want to take advantage of this to some degree as well. It's all heals. Later in the patch notes, they specify life staff only. I mean, shirking heals does count as a heal, so in theory that would work. Healing breeze also counts as a heal, so in theory that would work. So yeah, it's like the wording here isn't super specific, so I feel like they this is just not super clear in terms of what this will actually do. There's the 4 of set bonus, gain 3% base damage bonus per stack, while at 5 stacks, if you heal a target that's below 50% health, the stacks are consumed and they heal for 10% weapon damage every second for 5 seconds. So, increases your base damage by a good amount and is a good heal over time. Probably going to be pretty decent for ult charge, actually. This seems pretty good. I'm not sure where the infixes are for this. Did they forget to add the infixes for this? No, I mean, yeah, the set seems pretty good on paper. Can you not be the target in that sentence? If there's one thing I've learned from New World, it's to not obsess over the grammar, because even though logically something might make sense, it could do something completely different. So, like, I'm gonna, like, reserve judgment until we get more detailed slash better notes, aka when we get access to New World Buddy and New World database, aka when the pre-patch comes out. What's your favorite creative build? It's by far Flail VG. Flail VG is just like an incredibly fun build that can do a bit of everything. Like Flail VG is insanely fun. very entertaining support that has access to heals, has access to disruption, has access to buffs. It kind of does it all, but the problem is it's kind of squishy. You've got the overcharge set. While you have 3 equipped, hitting an enemy within 5 meters or killing an enemy will grant an overcharge stack with a 5-second cooldown. Each stack will increase your base damage by 5% and affliction resilience. I think this is a PvE effect by 10%. You're also inflicted with the 4% rend per stack. Getting hit removes all stacks. Five seconds is forever in PvP. Yeah. It is free base damage though. It's just like this is gonna get procced a lot. Um Max overcharge stacks increased to 5 is the other one. I mean, this seems kind of mid. Like, it does increase your base damage by a significant amount, but you're probably going to get hit unless you're a ranged weapon, or you're like PvE and you're not the tank. Yeah, no, melee would never be able to use this. This is like the musket set. Yeah, the 5-second cooldown seems pretty bad as well. You think I could run Hammer IG light with featherweight? I mean, Hammer and IG don't really have insane scaling synergy. You probably could run it, I just wouldn't expect it to be super strong. We have the elemental set with a 2 of magical weapons deal 7% less base damage, but they still store a charge of that weapon's element for 20 seconds. Activating an ability of a non-magical weapon will consume the charge and add 10% base damage of that weapon to the weapon's attacks for 10 seconds. So I read this at first. I thought this is like a giant dot. This is like you just kind of get attunement to proc. Uh, I think this is insane with Abyss from stuff that we went over because magical weapons are IG, Fire Staff, Life Staff, and Void Gauntlet. I think this is pretty good for Musket. Uh, I think for most weapons that are like elemental primary, I don't think it's actually that good unless you're a utility elemental primary. So like Void Gauntlet, I could see it being decent. Void Blade's actually surprisingly good with this too, because magical weapon abilities deal less damage, but the Void Blade attacks are considered to be light and heavy attacks. They aren't actually magical weapon abilities. So you don't have this damage reduction, but then you also have additional resistance. So I could see it being pretty good for IGVG as well. The Return of the Abyss, 4 pieces Tenacity, 2 pieces Elemental Charge, 1 piece Enrage, Abyss, Ankh, Tumbler. The challenge with Abyss will be finding a way to keep your mana down, as it always is. Typically speaking, that just results in you needing to use Fire Staff or you needing to use Void Gauntlet and IG never being viable. But if there's another way to reduce mana, it might be interesting. It'd be kind of cool to see like. I feel like this would not be possible, but if you could do like an Abyss, like you can't do Abyss in Crescent Wave. I was gonna say, could you find a way to like get rid of your mana somehow? And Crescent Wave is one way. I know Vampiric Vestments is another, but you can't run 2 artifacts. You guys haven't figured out how to use Abyss yet? No, Abyss is like it's basically only been used in Firestaff and like OPR. It's like never found its way into Wars. Yeah, it's like you want the IG, but then like you don't have enough mana like lost to actually be able to run the IG. Seeing how the Crown's artifact is the thing with gems, how does the idea of being a idea of a ring perk that allows you to use 2 artifact weapons at once. It would be probably pretty strong. If they introduce something like that, it would either be completely worthless or it would be insane, and there's like not much of an in between. Yeah, that's the weird thing with Bruiser. Like the Great Axe and Warhammer artifacts are not that good. But that being said, with the new swappable perks on all artifacts, if they get upgraded to charm slots, certain artifacts that were not good in the past could become very, very good very quickly. All right, in terms of elementally charged, the infixes, you got elemental hunger. While you have no charges, you take 5% less elemental damage. This one is inherently insane. We've seen it on a heavy chest piece. If you don't run the elemental charge set, you never have a charge, so you just always take 5% less elemental damage, which inherently is significantly stronger than elemental aversion v2. So I think this is potentially just a use on like all builds as it stands right now. Like it just seems incredibly good. It's also elemental damage, that elemental range damage, so it would work versus Voidblade. It would work versus the Abyss. Elemental mana battery for each elemental charge, you get 20% mana regenerate. That's a pass, it's just not good. Elementally energized when consuming an elemental charge by using a non-magic weapon ability, gain 20% stam regen for 10 seconds. It seems okay. I don't think it would be something you chase, but if you get it, you wouldn't be mad. Elemental Rush when consuming an elemental charge by using a non-magic weapon ability, gain 10% haste for 5 seconds. This also consumes 30 stamina. Uh, that's also kind of mid. Like, I think the only one that's like really, really good is Elemental Hunger. The question is, will it work without the set bonuses on? It probably will. I don't think that would be pretty impressive to mess up from their standpoint. Do you know if the empower cap is still the same or not? It very likely is the same, yeah. The only cap that they've ever changed recently is the haste cap, and they've lowered the haste cap from 50% to 40%. And they did that because so many people were just zooming around the map all the time and like no one could catch each other. Elemental Hunger is a BIS perk for both PvP and PvE. Yeah, I tend to agree. The question will be, what does it conflict with? Like we've seen it on a heavy chest piece. So if you had to choose between Elemental Hunger and Void Darkplate, what do you pick? Like that's a legitimately hard question though. Like I don't know which one's better. Void Darkplate? Tis the question. For items like the wizard hat that had extra int on it, did they say anything about items like that? They didn't mention Wiz Hat exactly, but they mentioned some other artifacts that give you extra stats, and they just overall were reduced. Wiz, I think, is an especially weird one though because it just gave you extra int. Um, that one, like, I have no idea what they're gonna do with. Will be really interesting. I feel like medium armor builds are gonna be C tier this patch with the attribute changes. It's gonna be weird because I feel like people can't run high con and do good damage. Like you kind of need to go one way or the other. But time will tell. We only know like 40% of the changes. Gotta love the patch notes. Yeah, I mean they are longer than what they originally came out with. So medium is obsolete now, or sorry, I missed what you said. I don't think medium would be obsolete. It's medium. The hard part with medium is like you're not tanky, you're not DPSy, you're somewhere in between. And with reduced attributes, you're more so gonna have to pick one or another. Like you could go like, like 200 con, like 300 a main attribute, and that's probably gonna be the balance point that like medium will have, and it will probably be okay. The other noteworthy thing with medium is throughout this patch, they seem to have heavily nerfed health. And medium has access to an artifact that gives you 20% more max health. And that inherently may boost medium up a bit relative to other things because it has access to more health and therefore can like live a little bit better. But you think it will be more worth either going full tank or light? I mean, for PvE, it's almost always optimal to go light. In PvP, it's almost always optimal to go heavy unless you're a healer or a squishy DPS player, and then it's optimal to go light. But bruisers still go medium, and there's a few other medium builds. So like I'd say light and heavy are probably positioned to generally be better, but there's some builds that will still go between. All right, let's move on to the stifling set. You got a set bonus with a 2 of, where hitting an enemy with an attack while all your active ability, while all of your active ability are on cooldown. Silences your target for 2 seconds or stuff for 1 second. We've seen this before. Can only occur once every 5 seconds. While silenced, you deal 10% more base damage with basic attacks, and hitting a target will reduce ability cooldowns by 5%. Uh, I think the 2 of is good. The 4 of is pretty meh. The 2 of very easily is good enough in PvP and PvE. Probably not seeing that much because there's not really a point to silence. 5 seconds, not percent. Yeah, sorry, did I say percent? This is only going to occur once every 5 seconds. 2 second silence. I wonder if any one ability builds would work. The interesting part will be like silence is probably a CC, so it's probably reduced by freedom. Um, but if you're mid channel and you get silenced, what happens? Does that cancel it? If it does cancel it and like you lose the ability cooldown, like oh my god, that's going to be incredibly annoying to deal with. Oh, the second ability cooling by 5 seconds, not 5%. Oh, why? It is 5 seconds. What the heck? I figured that'd be a percentage. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a typo. I thought we got a piece that we looked at in the video, and I thought it was a percentage. But if it's 5 seconds, it's like kind of weird. Like they usually work off percentages, not immediate second reductions. In terms of the infixes, you gain damage absorption while silenced. Damage is increased while hitting a silenced target. Exiting a dodge while silence will trigger an AoE that damages nearby targets. That one's a little bit more interesting. So if you're at like the end of your ability chain and then you hit somebody and then you dodge. So if you like your great axe, you go for your combo, use all your abilities, you do a hit and then you do a dodge and to charge out. That hit at the end will trigger the AoE that does damage, and then you can just charge out at the end. So that's actually potentially good. And then yeah, you can combo this with the overcharge, or not with the overcharge, with the enraged hunt, so that when you dodge, you consume 4 stacks, deal an AoE that pulls people in. So you pull people in, you do damage, and then you get out. That seems like a very easy combo that bruisers would likely rely on. This plus sluggish is toxic. No dodges, no abilities. I mean, sluggish as long as you hit somebody, it goes away. But yeah. I think stifling, like, this perk seems really good. The 2 of seems very strong in PvP. Probably will be a staple for most people. I think the evasion is very solid. Uh, I don't think the other stuff is that great. Maybe damage absorption increased while silence is good enough to be run if it's silence is a common enough effect. But I think the main thing is just take advantage of stifling energy. Get a 2 of. Don't worry about it too much. This could work with fire staff. No. Yeah. You're not going to take advantage of the infixes as much at the fire staff, but yeah, you could use it. I'm also not like a huge fan of like stam regen increases. Like you guys might pick that up. Like if it's like I think flat stam is like significantly better than stam regen. Feels more useful as an assassin. I mean, it could be useful for that too. Like if you're trying to burst down a healer and you don't want them to heal themselves. Crescent Wave, I mean, considering it's only triggers once every 5 seconds, Crescent Wave can't fully abuse this, but it's still good. Seems like many of these infixes could. So many of these infixes seem like they could work even outside of the set effect. I mean, yeah, like if you want to be anti-silence, just grabbing this is like nice. It also depends on like where you get these. They did say specifically that stifling came from PvP, so it's going to be likely PvP track. Um, we don't know exactly where every single set drops from, but we know that three. How many did they are actually out? But they I think originally said there's going to be 8. There's 3 in catacombs, 3 in PvP, and or sorry, there's 3 in the raid, 3 in PvP, and 2 in catacombs. I missed the 5 second cooldown. Yeah, it doesn't make it. It makes it a lot less good with IGVG or musket or crescent. Looks like healer may have a harder time now with the no dodge, new heart rune, silence, and other juicy changes. I think that's probably in the right direction. Healers felt like they were pretty hard to kill. It was very common to see healers like not die at all in wars and like good healers like not die at all in OPR, and this will probably be more of a happy medium. Tenacity set, the set bonuses. So this is the set that Schmeck really likes. If you have a 2 of with the tenacity set, you get grit for 2 seconds after getting staggered. However, you take 5% more damage while grit is active. Solid way to get grit. 4 of successful light attacks apply grit for 3 seconds with a 6 second cooldown. While grit is active, you gain lifesteal. I mean, this seems incredibly basic and very solid. In terms of infixes, we got armor pen when you're hitting a target with grit. Another solid effect. Crit chances increased while you have grit is active. That's fine. I don't think it's as good for melee if you're flanking, but it's fine. Tenacity rebound. Enemies receive 5% damage when they hit you with a melee attack while grit is active. Very good. Tenacity recovery. Incoming heals increased by 10% when grit is active. Noteworthy, not limited to consume heals, so also very good. I mean, yeah, like 3 out of 4 of these infixes are good. The set is solid. I mean, it just seems like something that you would just generally run. I love grit for potential lazy PvE plus lifesteal. Yeah, I mean this just seems like a very roundabout like solid set. Taking 5% more base damage isn't that big of a deal. If you're to run Grit Ward, if you're a Great Axe or a Warhammer, you have passive grit damage reduction anyway. So yeah, I mean this is a set that a lot of people will probably take advantage of. All right, we got the focus set. Set bonus if you have a 2 of 15% increased healing on targets outside of a sacred ground or beacon. I talked about this a little bit the other day. I don't think this is actually as good as a lot of people think it would be on paper, because most of the time in PvE, if you're healing someone, they're going to be in a Sacred Ground or Beacon. It's probably good in PvP if you're in like wide fight, or if you're playing with a very split group. Um, but I don't think this is as strong as the other set like that we went over earlier, like Protector's Blessing. Like I think this is a better, like that's a better two of. On paper, of course, these are the two healer sets. Healers will likely run one of these, but time will tell. The four of increased healing by 15% and cooldown reduction reduced by 5% on heal after holding a weapon out for 10 seconds. This seems kind of insane to me, especially for flail, because you basically always have a weapon out and you're just passively healing through your ultimate. Uh, so if that works off of flail, this is gonna be nuts. For life stuff, I think it's a little bit less good because it's really hard to hold a weapon out for 10 plus seconds, but it's possible to do it. Could be decent as a two of. Oh yeah, with a two of for flail, that could be actually be pretty good as well. We don't know what the infixes are on the other set though. The infixes on this one are insane. True. In terms of the infixes, focus cleanse. Self-class casting Light's Embrace will cleanse the player and make them immune to debuffs for 2 seconds. Absolutely nuts. Requires 300 focus, so you have to have pretty low con, 15-second cooldown. Focus Determination, immune to crowd control debuffs for 1 second. 3 seconds with 300 focus after a heal is cast, or after a healing cast is interrupted. Huh. That's a really interesting one with the silence effect. So it's like if you get silenced, your healing cast is technically interrupted, which then makes you immune, but then are you silenced? Like it doesn't say it cleanses, it just says that you're immune. So like you might still be silenced for a bit, but I don't know. Focus Fortify, healing targets under 50% health with burst heals will receive 100% Fortify for 5 seconds with a 15-second cooldown. Obviously insane. Question is, what is a burst heal? Uh, Probably something single target oriented. I would consider to be a burst heal, and the other stuff's an AoE or heal over time. So probably specific to a life staff seems like it would be a borderline a must run. Focus speed, healing a target outside of Sacred Ground or Beacon grants a 10% haste for 4 seconds with an 8-second cooldown. Also seems solid. Now my Arcane Vortex is getting Shockwave and I won't feel so bad. This actually, I mean, depending on what a healing cast is considered to be, this could be good for flail too. I just feel like they're gonna make this like specific to life staff though, because everything on this wording is like specific to the life staff or the focus set. Could this work with shirking heals? It depends if the effects are specific to life staff or not. Like, I don't know if the burst heal is a life staff effect or if that's any heal. The focus speed will likely work with shirking heals though, because healing a target. Well, I don't know if that's healing a different target or if that's healing yourself. So that's one that's like probably also requires testing. But you technically heal yourself if you use shirking heal because it will proc like healing breeze. So then it could give you the haste. I mean, of these sets, I think the tenacity one is probably the one that most obviously looks the most used. I think stifling in PvP is a really good as a two of. I think enrage is just generally a really good one of, but not a really good anything more than that. Second one seems kind of stupid, like not in a good way, but it was just like it seems kind of dumb. Cleansing second wind looks okay. Relentless second one looks okay. In terms of Protector's Blessing, we don't really know the infixes, so it's kind of hard to tell. It seems like it's decent, but there's a good amount of downside for running it. Overcharge is like a very squishy one, so more musket oriented. I don't imagine it's going to be run for anything that's not super squishy. We need to know what contributes to a target in these descriptions. Yeah, it's not inherently super clear. I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on the sets too? Because like to me, it's just like grab a 2 of stifling, grab a 4 of tenacity. Other ones are interesting but might not always be good. Like I'd do 4 to 1 in general. 4 2 1, so then I'm at 7 and then 3 artifacts. Like that would be probably my default setup. Tenacity set is broken as fuck. I mean, it seems like very consistent. Second one's going to be my main with the stand management. Yeah, if you stand out a lot, it's probably okay. I'm more impressed with the standalone infixes than the sets, to be honest. I mean, that's kind of how it feels too, to an extent. And you could technically use the infixes without the set. So that might be something. I mean, the other one that's like just keep a lookout for, like Elemental Hunger seems like a very solid infix, but you don't necessarily have to use the set to take advantage of it. Could say healer going without the sets but running the infixes. Yeah, that I could see that too. For me, it's like almost all the sets look kind of mid. They are kind of like nothing seems like incredibly OP. The only one that could like probably get OP is like if you full stack and rage and figure out a way to like not die, this is gonna feel kind of insane. But I don't know how you could full stack and rage and not die. Like those two seem like contradictory to each other. Yeah, M3 gear is like so if you don't like these set bonuses or the infixes, your other big option is you can go to M3s, you'd have 1 locked perk and you'd have 4 charms, then you could swap any perk in there. So M3 gear will be like far more flexible. You could also craft gear and you'd have 2 locked perks and then 3 would be RNG. Gritty Iron was bought out of Valhalla right after the patch notes. I'm I mean, there's perks that are like T1 and then there's T2 perks. So it's like if you the T1 perks are probably not getting leveled up to T2. They're probably separate. Because you have to have a T1 perk for people that don't buy the expansion. So I don't know why you'd buy out the Gritty Iron. It just seems stupid. Isn't crafting strictly worse than a set that's like worse than M3 though? I mean the problem with M3s historically is M3s have loot biasing turned on. And if you want to beat an M3, you're generally going to be running like an optimized light build. Maybe if you're tank, you do something a little bit different, but it's probably an optimized light build. And not everyone wants to wear light gear. So that's the problem with M3s. Sounds like the loot biasing might no longer be a thing. I mean, that could be helpful or it could be bad. Based on a dev comment, if you have like a image of that, I'd be happy to read that. That's kind of, I hope it's like they figure out a way to tone it down a bit. The crafting is 3 perks max with no set bonuses or infixes, right? Yeah, it's like you have two perks that are locked, and then there's 3 charms, and one of those charms could be a gem slot too. M3 loot also gives charm slots, and fixed perk buckets have some really good perks. Yeah. We haven't gone into those yet, but we probably do them in a second after we do the standalone fixes. I'm gonna be right back. My dogs keep barking. I'm gonna shut the window so they stop terrorizing the neighborhood. Alright. I think we're good. Be nice if you could set the bias at the start of a mutation or raid. Oh yeah, like if you could like say, hey, I want a heavy piece, or hey, I want a medium piece, or hey, I want a light piece for each individual slot, that would be ideal. Me. That did not link at all. I don't know how that didn't link at all, but it did not link at all. Got a failure. The girl who tagged you in crows. Okay, let me look at it. Ooh, it's from Joel, our savior. Armor-wise loot biasing isn't much of a concept due to attributes not existing on gear anymore. I'd have to check on weapons low. No, he just missed the idea. He missed it completely. Joel read this and completely misunderstood it. He's saying, hey, attributes aren't here, so loot biasing doesn't matter because you won't get stuff with attributes that you don't want. He's saying nothing towards armor weight. Yeah, it sounds like he doesn't understand it. I don't think he understands it. So you still have weight biased. Most likely. Maybe he needs more coffee. Was he the one earlier today? He's like, I'm not in the office. I'm at my kitchen table. He needs coffee bias. But if you're playing light everywhere, M3s are fine, aren't they? Oh, yeah. You're totally fine if you play light everywhere. But, like, even if you play light everywhere, it's like, say sometimes you use a medium helmet. Say sometimes you use featherweight. Like, now your sets change. But it's a lot, like, you're probably okay if you play light everywhere. Standalone next, the best part of the update. Yep. All right. We got standalone infixes. You have critical storm. Once every 0.5 seconds when you crit a target, gain a stack of storm charge on itself lasting 10 seconds. That's a run-on sentence. It should be a period. At 6 storm charges, hitting a target with an ability will consume all the charges and trigger a bolt of lightning, dealing an additional 100% damage. So free damage, obviously solid. Vinland in Season 10. I think I'm still in that chord. That'd be funny, Aldrin. We got thwarting stun. I know a lot of melee players that are excited about thwarting stun. Also, let me zoom in a little bit because these are kind of like spaced weirdly, or they're not spaced enough. Uh, Thwarting stun, when you hit a target with active grit or uninterruptible, gain 5% increased base damage and gain a stack of thwart. Melee heavy attacks while at 10 stacks of thwart will consume all stacks and inflict a 1-second stun on the target. 10-second cooldown on the stun application. So this is insane because melee players have especially if you're a Great Axe Warhammer, you have access to a very consistent heavy attack that can combo into key damage. So this makes it incredibly easy to set up like a 3-2-1 kill. This is like absolutely nuts and it is a pretty solid counter to grit. Noteworthy, stuns are reduced by freedom, and we have extra perk slots now, so it's very likely that people will run more freedom than they did in the past. There's Unstoppable, gain grit on melee heavy attacks during the melee light attack startups. However, take 5% increased base damage from enemy attacks while grit is active. So this is the current version of 300 con that they said would be on a ring. So this infix likely belongs to a ring. There's alternating enchantment. Hitting with a basic attack will increase the base damage of the next ability hit within 5 seconds by Y%. I don't know what Y% is, but that'd be good to know. And hitting an ability will increase the base damage in this basic attack within 5 seconds by Y%. So I just want you to go back and forth. I mean, depending on what the percentage is, it could be good or it could be bad. Is alternating enchantment worth it for a bruiser combo? If you could weave back and forth, it's generally good. This is probably pretty good for blunderbuss, for example, because blunderbuss tends to go like shot, ability, shot, ability. Like you could blunderbuss, like one of the combos is you plague nade, into shot, into Azoth, into shot, into net. And then that would activate alternating enchantment on literally everything in your combo. Next one entire game will just be aim lock BB cursed. Yep, close quarters. Light and heavy attacks with ranged weapons within 10 meters deal 20% more damage, but you also receive 5% increased attack or base damage. So you take more damage, but you deal more damage. You deal a lot more than you take, though. um, should this be good for rapier rotation? Like evade, hit for yeah, the alternate enchantment could be. It's another free base damage effect. Close quarters seems like yeah, it's the perk that arguably makes BB come back. It's the 20% more damage for BB. Most other range weapons you're probably not going to play in close quarters, but Wonderblast 100%. Like this is guaranteed. Close quarter Inferno with BB, yeah, then you have an extra 35% base damage. So this is the equivalent of going from like medium to light. It's a little bit better actually than going from medium to light. The other thing this opens up is you could probably play a heavier weight with Blunderbuss and you're not as punished, and then you have the reduced damage from the like you aren't taking as much damage that you'd be receiving from the 5% too because you're a higher weight class. So BB is going to be pretty good, or it seems like it's pretty good on paper. Chain Lightning, once every 10 seconds, damaging abilities with the magic weapon ability will cast Chain Lightning that hits up to 5 unique targets and deals 50% of your weapon damage. However, when triggered, you take 30% lightning damage. I mean, more free damage, 30% lightning damage is probably worth the trade-off. I don't see much downside here. I feel like the mutation way to build out your gear is probably not the play, and you probably want to actually go for like the infix approach ideally. Like it seems like these are just generally strong even if you don't use the set bonuses. Empowering heal. Healing an ally gives you a stackable buff that increases your damage dealt by 1% for 10 seconds. Max 20 stacks. Insane for flail. Insane for VG. Probably pretty good for flail VG. I think that's the only weapon combo I could really use this, but probably good for flail VG. I still use my Chain Lightning Sword as tank and OPR sometimes. I still use the Refreshing Ward gear from back in the day, even though they keep nerfing it. Vengeance is so back. Yeah. I think Vengeance is just like inherently back because it could potentially swap some of the perks, and that was the main thing holding it back before, is it didn't have access to the best in slot perks. Adrenaline Burst, when your health drops below 50%, your critical chance is increased by 18%. Seems fine. Not a huge fan of crit stuff, because if you're melee and you're flanking, your crit's basically guaranteed. Because a backstab is a guaranteed crit. Shredding backstabs is scary to me. Backstabs penetrate 40% of your target's armor, but your critical hits deal 20% less damage. That is like really, really, really scary in PvP. PvE, technically some mobs do have armor, but I think the damage you lose from crits would not be worth it. PvP, man, oh boy. The empowering heal might be a cook from in the catacombs, that there's a aspect that allows you to heal your teammates. Oh, I didn't even think about that. It's something you can mess with too. This is an anti-tank. Yeah, I mean this one's really scary to me, but it depends what you can get it on. Now we've got the mortar one. Mortar charge now fires one canister. It fires immediately and will bounce. That's not Bill. That's will. Bounce before exploding if it does not hit an enemy. When this canister explodes, it deals 130% weapon damage in a 5-meter area. So, gigantic explosion, bigger than SNS aura. It's as big as the Relentless aura. That's as big as the IG storm effect. It's as big as Meteor shower. That's as big as VG's aura. 130% is a lot of damage. For reference, Great Sword deals 150%. It seems like a meme right now, and someone's gonna figure out a way to have this hit for like 8k damage on the point, and it's gonna scare the heck out of everybody. Like, I don't know if it's gonna do anything, but it's at least gonna be like, oh god, someone just dropped a nuke. Exerted spin. Whirlwind no longer needs to hit targets to continue spins and can spin up to 12 times. When the spins end, it consumes all your stamina and you become exhausted. I mean, this actually doesn't seem that bad. Like, usually at that point, you'd be out of dodge, so you're not that worried about becoming exhausted. It seems better than people would think. Trick Chick was wondering if exerted spin would work with second wind. It doesn't. You're not exhausted while you're spinning. It's after you're done spinning you become exhausted. Like, you could exhaust yourself into exerting spin, but like, no, it would not inherently work with the. It would not inherently work with second wind, and you can generate stamina while you're using an ability. Can we just remove spin already? They like the spin on the Great Axe a lot. They have the Great Axe artifact. They have this. Are all old craft mods obsolete? All old craft mods are likely for T1 gear. They're likely basically obsolete. He said to use it with spin to win right after you spin. You exhaust, you do the flow trip combo. Um, I mean, yeah, it will do damage. I feel like there's better ways to more consistently do damage that will position yourself in a way where you're not all-inning though. Like, the problem with that is like you're using both weapon escape abilities, or like your entire flow combo. If you want it to one shot, you have no escape. You're using your great axe to go in, so unless you run charge 2, you don't have an escape. And then your combo will probably hit pretty hard, but I don't know if it's hard enough to one shot necessarily. Like, it seems like something that somebody will cook and somebody will try, and it will either be insane or it will literally do nothing. We'll all laugh at them. You exhaust before spinning. Yeah, you still generate stamina while you're using an ability though. So I don't know. Someone's gonna try something here. I just don't think it's gonna necessarily work out. It seems a little bit clunky. Revive. Casting Light's Embrace on a downed player will revive them. Requires 300 focus with a 45-second cooldown. So this is the player. If the player is downed, players can only be downed in PvP or sorry, in open world PvP or in PvE. They cannot be downed in OPR. They cannot be downed in 3v3. They cannot be downed in CTF. They cannot be downed in War. This inherently probably makes it niche, but I could easily see it being usable in raids and stuff like that. Like in PvE, this is nuts. In PvP, eh. Like, maybe if you free cast it on the people in a giant Zerg army during an influence race, that's okay. But PvE, BIS. We're gonna have so much farming to do to get BIS is gonna take months. Yeah, depending on like how selective you want to be and how many builds you want to make it, there's definitely a lot of content here. And then next thing you know, they add in a new set bonus in next season. And you're like, oh shoot, got more content. Poison affinity, do 15% more damage to poison enemies. I mean, this is a must-have in PvE. It's just free damage. The question is, how do you poison enemies? How do you keep the debuff on them? But this is just like a must-have. PvE, this is absolutely insane. PvP, I don't think it's that insane unless it procs off of natured damage gems, and then it's potentially good. Venom, sleep, rune glass, easy. Yeah, the rune glass is the question. Because the rune glass technically is a poison. The question here is, do they hard code poison to poison shot and like other abilities, or they just reference the poison tag? If they reference the poison tag, this is like borderline broken. If they reference just poison shot, it might just be niche. If they do a bit of both, like if they just list a good amount of abilities, then it could just be good. But then it's like not intuitive to most people. 15% for reference is the amount of damage from going from heavy to medium or from medium to light, so it's a very big deal. Cleansing block. Blocking removes one debuff with the 3-second cooldown. Isn't this just the effect from Michael? They just mess up and put it here. Like, that's just the Michael effect, but oh well. So, in terms of these, it seems like the one that's the most interesting to me is thwarting stun. I feel like this adds in a lot of cool counterplay and like optimization. Like close quarters is probably going to break the game, um, more or less. Like I don't think there's that much like that's surprising there. Close quarters is very good for blunderbuss. Uh, and then there's a few that are just like generally good damage. Like chain lightning is generally good damage. Critical storm is generally good damage. So depending on what you can get it on, it could be a good thing or it could be good. I've never used Lights Embrace. Glad they added more utility. So now we have socketable perks, and then I think after this they go into so they do skill changes, and then they do fixed perks. I imagine some of these fixed perks are slocketable still. Um, I don't know why they broke it up exactly, but maybe it's just because these can only be thrown on, like, maybe they're saying, hey, you could use these perks on weapons and shields. It's like not really clear inherently. Like, I imagine you can't put attunement on your armor. Are standalone infixes for M3 gear? I don't think so. So I think what this is like probably not spelled out very right. I think what this is probably saying is like, hey, you can't put these everywhere, but you can put them on some pieces. Fixed, not slottable. Like I feel like you're gonna be able to slot plague strikes and plague crits on your weapon. Like that should just be slottable. Like within those charm slots. I'm guessing what they're trying to imply from this and just like totally messed up on the wording is, hey, you can't put plague strikes on your armor pieces. Hey, you can't put plague crits on your armor pieces. I heard it was from named items only. If it did not come from a dev, I don't care what people said. Like I don't really trust it. So like with that context in mind, we can start going through the slots at least. They also don't mention how many perk max it is. I would just generally assume it's 5 because from what we've seen from screenshots, you can run 5 keen. So 5 is probably their new magic number. Freedom 2 can reduce CC effects by up to 10%. The noteworthy thing here is they don't say CC, they say slow, stun, and root, which would mean it wouldn't work versus silence if it's that way. If it's worded as CC and it tags the CC bucket, it would work versus silence. Uh, that makes a really big difference of how good this perk is, but that being said, with an extra perk slot, it's likely to see more play than it did in the past. Because you just have more room to run freedom. They showed an M3 drop that had an infix. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, that's interesting then. So freedom probably is going to be pretty good. Vigor reducing dots or damage over time effects like burn, bleed, and poison. Historically, this perk was not very good. Depending on what they do on attributes, this could not be very good or could be decent. It also feels like it is priced in incredibly weakly. Like I think Vigor 1 right now is at 20% and it's not seeing any play. So the 10% feels kind of low. How have they not combined Vigor and Invig into one yet? Because a lot of people actually use Invig right now. Invig is Weaken, Disease, Exhaust, and Rend. With so currently it's at 16%, I believe, and people run 4 of that plus Jin, and you effectively become immune. That would get you up to 50% here, so it probably wouldn't quite make you immune. So you might have to run like an extra Vigor on top of the Invig for that combo. This feels kind of weak for Invig too, compared to where it's been in the past. I would feel a little bit wary about running it at that value. Like even if this is like if you get up to 50%, like it's good, but it's not like insane. Like right now in live it's like 60%, and I definitely feel it, and it feels pretty good, but 50% for 5 doesn't feel like that amazing to me. Like that's like running 3 Invig right now. We got Hasted Vigor 2. The potency of incoming damage over time effects is reduced. And taking a hit while inflicted with a dot gives you haste. Just seems very good. Depending on how, like, this seems significantly better than the Vigor effect. Does the haste stack? Historically, I don't think the haste stacked, but the reduction in damage did. So people would usually run like 1 hasted Vigor in most of their sets. Now we have access to an extra perk slot, so this is probably even better than before. Also noteworthy, if you get hit by a rune glass, the rune glass damage does the damage over time effect if they have an elemental in there, and that over time effect will trigger the hasted Vigor. There's physical aversion, which noteworthy is worth more than elemental aversion now, but there's physical aversion just doesn't work versus a lot of attacks. So this is still probably not that good. Like even the great sword wave is arcane damage. Like it doesn't even work versus that. It would work versus bow, but not the lightning bow. It would work versus musket, but not well if they had an conversion gem. It would work versus hatchet. It just seems mid at best. Probably bad still. Elemental version generally works. You take 3% less damage from ranged elemental attacks. Still seems solid, even with it being nerfed. Shirking heals too. PvP only. Dodging an attack heals 200 health and 1.2% of your max health. Uh, I mean, still probably going to be good for solo PvP because there's not really another option for getting more heals. Fortified 2, I think this replaces the perk that they had that extended the duration of all buff effects. So this extends Fortifies by 10% per perk. This makes it significantly weaker. I don't think there's as many good like Fortifies that you want to extend. Like that extending by like even up to 50% is super powerful with. So yeah. Like you could run up to 5 of these probably because it says stacks. But like even then, eh. Fortified trash prolonged exist. Do they actually have prolonged in here? I assume this like replaced prolonged. Oh my god, they do have prolonged. Why would you ever run this if it has prolonged too? I didn't think they would add. Okay. Jesus Christ. Yeah, prolonged is the one that seemed broken. This one is just like trash if you can also run prolonged. Like prolonged is just a better perk, let's be real. Because fortify counts as a buff. Why do you say some stack while some obviously don't? I'm comparing to what they do on live. So hasted vigor on live as it currently works, because this article is just like not written well. Hasted Vigor on live, currently this damage over time effect stacks, but then this haste effect does not. So I'm like comparing that and implying stuff. Fortified, probably bad if Prolonged exists. Sacred, good for healers. Enough said. Divine, noteworthy, doesn't work versus consumes anymore. Which inherently makes it like a lot worse. Like a lot worse. It's still may be used in PvP. Like, it's still enough to be usable, but it is a lot worse than before. Still great for lifestealing builds? Oh yeah, probably. Alchemist Reprieve. It's also probably pretty good for like the Great Sword, like Enrage kind of thing. Alchemist Reprieve improves the healing from potions. Why does this exist along with Divine? Well, I guess they're different now, but like, uh, they're technically different, and they do heal different amounts now because Divine doesn't work with Consume. So I guess they're different enough to where they could warrant existing, but like, it just seems like kind of dumb to have these as separated perks. Divine will work with well heals? Yeah, it will. Never mind. I am confused. I was wondering if you could run version 1 and version 2 at the same time. I think you probably can running version 1 and version 2, but you like version 1 gear only has access to version 1 perks, and I think it has one less perk slot. Could be a decent one of them, Flail. I mean, these seem like I would never slot them, but they're probably okay. Increased healing from life steals. I'd rather just have Divine and also get the heals from incoming stuff, but you could do that. Grit Ward, 2.2%. Grit is more common now. It's a pretty low value though, if I'm gonna be honest, to the point where it's like borderline not runnable, but it's maybe runnable. Enchanted Ward 2, 2% instead of live, it's 4%. Still probably a must-have in PvE if I'm gonna be honest, because it applies towards every single attack that's incoming, and you have more slots. But PvP probably loses out on a bit of viability. Increases the potency of all energizing effects. Decreases potency of all exhaust effects. Both of these, like, I would not care about. Purifying Toast. When you drink a survival potion, lose a debuff. Maybe okay as a one of. Keenly Fortified is a very good amount. Probably is a must-have on every single set at this point. If you could just slot it on armor. Like, 19% Fortify for 5 seconds on the crit hit. Sure, done. Like, I'll run that. I'm biased, but yeah, Grit Ward good. I mean, there's just a bunch of sources of Grit, so it's potential for Grit Ward to just be good off of that. That's the most OP perk ever. Yeah, Keenly Fortified, like, it's incredibly, like, it's just a slot. Like, I don't know how you just don't slot this. Like, it's just good now. And then there's Wildness, which is just max HP. It's fine. Tenacity set makes Grit Ward very viable. Yeah. Offensive slot. Slotty's got buffed to 2.5% max. So they're still probably usable. The noteworthy thing there is like they're slightly better than the Rune Glass gem slots. There's Enchanted 2, worth a little bit more than Enchanted Ward, so up to 2.3% more damage. There's Skills Enchantment 2, so abilities do more damage. I think Enchanted's like probably better than the Skills Enchantment, unless you're trying to do like some one-shot cheese combo, and then the Skills Enchantment becomes a little bit more interesting. Also, I think there's just better ways to get base damage. Like, if you run to 5 of a enrage set, you get 25% base damage. Like, that's like so much more than either one of these. You got Vicious 2, you got Keen 2. They both are fine, they're just not sexy. Like, they're okay. I don't know why Vicious 2 would be at 3% and they don't only put Rogue 2 at 3.6%. Like, I feel like Rogue 2 needs to have more of an incentive. Like, you just use Vicious at this point. So yeah, up to 15% Vicious. Uh, and then you can also get the backstab from Rogue. You could also get the pen backstab from pen backstab. If you could run 5 of these, it's 40% armor pen, probably just a must-have in PvP. So you could literally do Vicious Rogue pen backstab and like one-shot people, but you'd also probably be pretty squishy. I'd be kind of interested, like, to see if anyone ends up trying like a build that's in heavy, where you take advantage of the fact that heavy is just inherently tankier, and then you run a bunch of offensive charm slots, and just like see where you end up. Like, you might end up like effectively better than trying to be a light player and trying to build yourself to be more tanky at that point. Like, you could go the other way, where you're a heavy player and then you build yourself to be more squishy. Like, imagine like a heavy player with Void Dark Plate that's running like pen backstab, uh, vicious rogue. Like, yeah, it's like it's either light super defensive or heavy all out attack. Like, that's kind of how I see it going. Like, you go one or two ways. Like, maybe you could still do featherweight stuff. Pen headshots, all the stuff that's like headshot related just generally isn't that insane. It's just not consistent enough. All these extend debuff durations, they're fine if they're stackable, I guess. Empowered is good in PvE. Alacrity is generally okay. Leeching seems like it got combined with life stealing, and it's actually pretty good. Like, Keenly Jagged, like, if you could select Keenly Jagged on armor, that's honestly pretty solid. It's a good ult charge for everybody too. Keenly Empowered is insanely strong at 10 to 13% on armor. Yeah, 13% in power is really, really good. Like, Keenly Empowered and Keenly Fortified are both really solid. Like, I don't know why the values are so high. It's like, it's pretty easy to crit. If you backstab at all, you get a guaranteed crit. All right, we got skill slots. Is there anything you guys want to talk about with these before we move on to skill slots? I mean, like, high level, uh, the defense charms, like, honestly, like, overall, like, they aren't that insane potency. Like, nothing is like that insane potency, but everything stacks. So there's some kind of medium you can run into there. Uh, from a tank perspective, I'm of course just going like full defensive, but like most people are probably gonna look at like running pen backstab, and then they're gonna go to like defensive, and then they're gonna be like, I'll pick up some enchanted ward for PvE or some elemental aversion. Healthy toast was removed. That is noteworthy. The room to cook is a lot bigger now. Yeah, I mean that's for sure. We got skill slots. I guess we keep going. The cousin will cook hard. Oh yeah, cousin's gonna have some fun. We Path of Exile now. Yep. So Hatchet. We got Feral Rush doing a slow and doing more damage. I think it's like what it is before Keen Berserk. Increased crit chance, crit damage. I think it is what it is before. Will be interesting to see if it keeps the effect. We have to hit people to extend the duration. Raging Torrent does more damage per attack versus a target. It's not the haste, so that's a really big nerf to healers abusing that. Potential for healers picking up Or, I mean, there's potential healers use like the T1 Raging Torrent just to get the haste too. There's also potential for healers to go like a different direction, maybe. Like you go for Infected Throw instead. No ring damage perk charms. Yeah, they have to drop as a fixed perk. I I think the fixed perk thing is a misnomer. I think fixed perks basically just means like they're either weapon slots or they're jewelry slots. They just can't be slotted on armor, but we'll see. Uh, empowering rending throw, ranged heavy attacks deal more damage against rending throw targets. Probably pretty good in PvE if you're doing a rending throw related build. Prolonged distance throw, hitting a target with social distancing's quick and while social distancing's quick power haste is active, will extend the duration of slows and increase base damage of attacks. So another like they got rid of the CDR, but it adds more damage. I mean, this is like these are some big nerfs to healer from the hatchet side. Like from the survivability side, hatchet just got hit really, really hard. Exhausted throw sucks. That's just not that good of a perk. Distancing perks is dead now. You just run Freya's for CDR. Yeah, you literally just run Freya's for CDR. That's probably what you just do. You're right. Like, why wouldn't you just take some perks off, put some new ones on? Done. Haste was on the tree, not the perk. It was CDR before. Yeah, that's it. I meant if I read that wrong. That's my bad. I think we're seeing a lot of ranged hatchet. We're gonna see a lot of ranged hatchet playing. I mean, I'd be welcome to that. We haven't seen that meta yet. It'd be kind of cool. Warhammer. If armor breaks a block, next attack deals more damage. That was there before. Crippling Mighty Gavel does a slow and do more damage against slow targets. I mean, that's probably not good enough. Mighty Gavel is just like not a great ability. Pen Wrecking Ball, Armor Pen on Wrecking Ball. You can get a lot of Armor Pen from Wrecking Ball now. It's kind of scary. Sundering Shockwave, very solid. Path of Destiny is a Ren now. Leeching Clear out. So you probably need to run both of these in PvE. You probably run both on weapon and PvP. Sundering Destiny is where it's at. Yeah, I mean, both these are so good. So what's the meta now? If there was a meta that would inherently mean that I know what people are gonna play. I don't know what people are gonna play yet. I think in general the three classes that look like they got the biggest buffs, not necessarily the best, but got the biggest buffs were Blunderbuss, Void Gauntlet, which we'll get to in a minute, and Musket. Those are my top three. Warhammer is probably close fourth. Musket has crippling powder burn. Hits of powder burn will slow the targets. Like power shot, so this has a disease on it. And hitting and hitting a infected with this disease will increase base damage. So that's just like really solid in PvE too. If you would just want to do more damage. Empowering shooting stance, hitting a target with while in shooting stance grants empower. I think this is what that was before. It seems okay. Stopping power, deal more damage to targets afflicted by the slow and exhaust debuffs. Accelerating traps, up to 16% moving speed after deploying a trap. Traps now apply bleed. I mean, that's what that was there before. And then there's mending sticking bomb too. I mean, these are in the line of like what they are before. There's a few that got buffed. I mean, Musket just seems strong to me. See, Crush, the ideal thing about here is the grammar's so bad that I just am like ignoring half the words on the page, which I already do, and now people can't blame me for it. So the top three most annoying weapons to play against, yeah, those are the ones that seem like they got the best. I mean, I didn't put SNS on there, but stopping power was CDR, so 20% base damage is kind of a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. It's actually a lot. 20% is a crap ton. Meta is drastically changing. I can't parse through it. I need miicrow to explain it to me. The TLDR of the meta is you're probably going to have polar opposites. For ranged weapons like Musket, the reason why Musket's so strong is you can go 5 con complete glass cannon. You're inherently tanky in the sense that people can't gap close to you in areas that are open. And you can leverage now the new offensive perks to do significantly more damage. So you just do more damage. You find a way to not die because you're playing from ranged, and you just play COD. Warhammer is strong because you could do a heavy attack and stun somebody, and that just inherently makes it strong. Blunderbuss is strong because you just deal 20% more damage whenever you're like within 10 meters, which all your shots are going to be doing. And then Void Gauntlet is strong because of the Oblivion change that we're going to get to in a bit. And then Void Blade now has access to pen backstab, which it didn't have access to before. Which is really stupid. Like really, really stupid. Because Void Blade, like, you literally can't get it off your back, and now it has pen backstab, so you're basically just stuck fighting the thing. Like, good luck running. I think inherently Musket being strong puts Great Sword in check, too, which will be interesting to see, but there's not that many Musket players. Alright, Spear. Coupe de Grace supplies a bleed. That was there before. It's not a very long bleed, but it technically is a bleed. Sundering Javelin, you do rend. It's a little bit less rend, but you still do rend. Leeching Cyclone, it's a lifesteal. It doesn't heal up every target you hit though, because at one point that was breaking the game. Compounding Perforate, not the fortifying Perforate. Perforate hits deal increased base damage per successful attack against a target. That's a lot worse than it was before. Like the T1 Perforate might be better than the T2 Perforate, even if it gets nerfed. Like, Enfeebling Skewer, still good, but less of a value. Keen Vault Kick is just not a good perk. Okay. So run Enfeebling Skewer, smile. Probably run Thundering Javelin, because that's actually not a bad perk if you're going to PvE and you just want to get a rend into target and just extend it to Oblivion with a light SNS. Cursed Enchantment 2, do you think this perk will be viable to tanks to just right-click away with a Blood Drinker? I haven't gotten to those yet. I'm going to get to those after we get through the weapons, but they looked very interesting. I'm going to close my eyes and follow a build guide after finishing the Nighthaven main story quest. I think the thing is I think the builds are going to be a little bit fluid at the beginning. People are not going to nail an exact meta on the first try. It's going to be easier for certain weapons to nail a meta. So like musket, for example, I'm going to be squishy. Like that's just the definition of musket. Like that's what it always does. So it's just going to go like one way, like polar into the DPS way. Tank is going to go the other way. It's going to go polar into the survivability way. And then you have everything in the middle, which is like you want to run the best of both worlds. And that's going to be weird. Alright, we got bow. Poison shot applies weakened. It's only to the target that gets hit by it. It's not to everyone that gets hit by the poison effect. Automatically makes it a lot less good. Hitting a target with evade gives stamina and increases stam regen. That's okay. Slow and bleed lasts longer, and Rain of Arrows does more damage to targets that are far away. It's okay. Not that good. Pen armor. Or pen rapid shot. Oh, that's actually pretty good now. It didn't have that before, right? It was something else. It's the same? Oh. Was only the last shot? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I thought it was only the last shot or something like that. Yeah, Spear caught a giant nerf. Oh no, this seems like a good amount of armor pen. It's that on live? Okay. I mean this seems like inherently decent to me as a bow skill. Uh Shattered pen shot deals increased stam damage to blocking targets and does increase damage to targets with active grit. I mean, at least it does damage to targets with active grit because the blocking one's like really stupid. Explosive arrow, grit, and power. That's okay. I mean, the bow ones there's like one or two that are good, and that's about it. Pen shot got buffed. Yeah, I mean, this is good. I think this is decent, and then everything else is mid. Like, you read this perk, and you're just like, oh, what about Keenly Empowered? Like, Keenly Empowered is like a way better perk. Uh, why is Blunderbuss buff? Sorry, I didn't get to it. There is an infix for likely ranged weapons where if you're within 10 meters, you deal 20% more damage, but you take 5% more damage. And that inherently makes Blunderbuss like really strong because it's the equivalent of buffing it from like medium to light in terms of damage scaling. All right, Rapier. Uh, Keen Tondo, 10 to 20% crit chance against the targets affected by Tondo's bleed. It's perks on the weapon. Tondo also flicks 20% weaken. I mean, 20% weaken from a rapier, probably worth running. I could run more skill perks on the rapier now. In terms of like a PvE optimized group. Deadly Flourish. Uh, I think it's slightly different than before. I wasn't a big PvE like E rapier guy though. Um, but I think it's a little bit different from before. It deals more base damage, next attack guaranteed crit. Leeching, it's basically the same or even exactly. Okay. Leeching Flurry 2, heal for 20 to 40% of the damage dealt by Flurry. Gain damage reduction for 4 seconds on the use, so it's not an iframe. Not an iframe, but it gives you damage reduction, which they don't say if it's like base damage reduction or if it's fortify, so that's very ambiguous. Okay. If it's base, it's so OP. Yeah, if it's base, it's really good. If it's fortify, it's pretty mid. Sundering Repost, just a rend. Omnidirectional evade, you gain base damage for 2 seconds or until the next hit after using evade. Ooh, it's not just guaranteed for 2 seconds. Ooh. I mean, probably could still do evade rapier, but it's not as like it's like inconsistent amount of base damage being applied. But yeah, Rogue Flashe, hitting a target in the back with Flashe deals more base damage. Okay. You got Life Staff. I mean, this rapier stuff, it seems like there's a couple that will probably be used. I don't think like the one that I really like is like King Tondo because it's like another unique weekend that you can apply in the raid group. So like we saw Spear catch a nerf, but then Rapier kind of catch a utility buff in a way. Life Staff, Unstoppable Divine Embrace, Refreshing Divine's Embrace is gone. All the healers, oh no. When Divine's Embrace heals an ally above 70% health, the ally gains grit. What the hell? That is so different. Um, yeah, good luck timing the grit effect. Like, I don't think people even know when they're gonna get grit with the new grit bonuses. Um, the Fortified Sacred Ground, when Sacred Ground heals an ally for the first time, they grant Fortify. Only for the first time? Oh, both of these are gigantic nerfs to Life Staff. Both of those are huge nerfs. Yeah, they're like borderline not runnable. Purity of Light 2 and Splash removes the debuff. They're healed for weapon damage per second for 3 seconds. That's actually like pretty solid because it's gonna supercharge your ult charge. Mending Protection, outgoing healing power is increased for 7 seconds if Orb of Protection heals an ally below 50% health. I mean, it still seems solid for AoE. Allies healed with Light's Embrace gain haste. That's what it was. Keen Beacon, when the Beacon heals a player for the first time, they get crit damage for 5 seconds. I mean, that seems fine in PvE. Uh, yeah, I mean, without the refreshing Divine's Embrace, like, you might have to run double single target. I don't. Sacred Ground is just a heal over time now. Like, they keep coming after Sacred Ground. It's like not nearly as good. Point is gonna suck now. I mean, point's gonna be really dependent on tanks and relentless users providing damage reduction, and then life staffs providing healing. Like it's like separated. It's not like life staff like does half of everything. I'm curious if mending orb actually has a place. I mean, it could. I don't think people are gonna go like full AoE heal, but it could. But life staff catching a huge nerf here. Fire staff, crippling pillar of fire. Oh, it's finally here. The fire staff nerf. Ah. For me, it's really nice for all the fire staff players who are like, why? Why? Yeah, 20% slow has an aimbot. It's a lot weaker than a refreshing pillar of fire, even if it's a giant slow. It's a lot weaker. Meteor shower is still incredibly strong, borderline OP, probably still is OP. Empowering fireball does more damage. Yeah, it's still solid. Incinerate still sucks. Flamethrower still is pretty mid. Uh, yeah, it's just double checking. Yeah, it's still pretty mid. Fortified burnout. Fortified burnout doesn't even give you a fortify? Am I reading that right? Like, surely they just forgot the fortify part here. There's no way they named the perk Fortified Burnout and it doesn't give a fortify. Um. Alright, Sword and Shield. You got Upheaval. Transferring 2 active debuffs from yourself to the target and dealing more damage. The fun part here is you combo this with the silence set, and then you can give someone else a silence effect. Or you could transfer silence or something dumb. This is gonna be kind of weird. Uh, but I don't know. It's always been kind of niche. Compacting Whirling Blade. Whirling Blade hits deal more base damage per successful hit against a target. Uh, not. I think it was a bigger value before, like a lot bigger value before. How would you activate Upheaval if you're silenced? You got a point. I've kind of forgot about that part. Yeah, this is not that good. No, this is bad. I'm taking this perk off of my what do you call it? The spinny sword. What's up, Paint? Empowering Leaping Strike. All sword attacks deal more damage to targets that are slowed by Leaping Strike's Cowardly Punishment upgrade. I mean, still solid if you're trying to chase down a target. You don't apply a stagger anymore with Leaping Strike, so you won't activate the slow from Featherweight, but you have a different way to slow them. Fortify went to Incinerate. I feel like Incinerate is like a skill that would probably be good if it had like a way bigger range, but with the range it has, it's like incredibly mid. Diminishing Shield Bash. Why is this only 22 to 44%? This is a single target Oblivion. It should at minimum be 100%. Like this and Diminishing Orb cut like gigantic nerfs for like zero reason. Like both of these should be like 70+% at the minimum, probably 100%. Do these perk 2 upgrade all current perks that they're referring to? Uh, no, I think it's just like there's new perks. You hit them first with the ghoul gloves if Incinerate hits twice. Oh my god. You gotta hit them with the ghoul gloves to get the silence off. That is something. That would be a tech. That would be if ghoul gloves became good, that'd be a really funny meta, but I highly doubt it. Fortified Shield Rush. It's a little less armor, but it's not significantly less. It's still a good perk. It's just you compare this to like Keenly Fortified, and my god, Keenly Fortified is such a good perk now. Like 19% for an armor piece for Fortify that's lasting 5 seconds. It's like very consistent to proc. Like that is so much better than Fortified Shield Rush. It's not even funny. This is still probably good enough to like run, but like, man. with prolonged as well. Prolonged might be the best perk in the game. I'm not gonna lie. It is looks like a really, really, really good perk. It's up there. Accelerated resolve after triggering defender's resolve. Blah blah blah. I can't speak. Increasing move speed by 8 to 16%. Incoming heals. I mean that's fine. It's not that good. It's fine though. A great axe. We got refreshing charge. Charge can now pass through allies and enemies while sprinting forward. That's actually probably really nice because that's one of the big things with great axes. You just run into somebody and you can't move through them. That's like probably just a must use on every single great axe player and is so much stronger than where it is right now. So body blocking is just dead. Crippling Reap. Targets hit by Reap are inflicted with a giant slow. It's not as big as it is in live for the weapon perk, but it's still a big one. Mending Execute is funny, but not good. Fortifying Whirlwind. Whirlwind hits grant Fortify. That's a lot of Fortify. And it gives you Empower Cap. But my god, that's a lot of Fortify. Holy shit. That's 100% Fortify on the weapon. Oh my god. You get so much Fortify with that. What the hell? I didn't think it was that much. Enfeebling Maelstrom is a weaken. It's still good. Insatiable Gravel, you heal a bit. On cast another 3-meter radius burst around you that deals a good amount of damage. See, you can combo the Gravwell with the AoE suck effect from the one other skill and another AoE damage effect from the silent skill, and you could just like pop people. Like that just sounds so good for clump play. Like Bruiser got like a ton of like damage increases with the sets. 25% heal. Feel like no one cares about the heal. Like just put it on armor, it's fine. Ice Gauntlet, when shield deals more damage. When shield hits the target 6 times in a row, they can become rooted. That's like what it is on live. The root is kind of inconsistent, but when shield itself is like pretty good right now. An Ending Storm. Ice Storm deals more damage. Frost effect remains on enemies for 2 seconds after exiting Ice Storm, so they're just slowed. Empowering Spike. Ice Spike deals a little bit more damage to rooted flows and deals more damage to slowed enemies. So it's like you have to slow someone into heavy and to spike like to like really do damage with this anymore, and it's only 40% more damage, but still a good amount more damage. I don't know if Ice Spike is back. It's like probably okay. Anyone have a Ren bot build to refer me to, please? It's just go Warhammer with something and like use the Warhammer abilities basically. Like use Trenchant Rend. The 15% flat damage when hitting poisoned enemies in combination with a nature and glass is broken on every weapon. It seems like it in theory, unless the poison actually only means specific types of poisons. I'm gonna run Sandworm, Gravwell, Grav Boot, and Grav Dodge Infix. So you're just gonna go for the maximum sucks. Nice. You got Deadly Shower, while Ice Showers Frigid Dawn, or Frigid Showers, not Frigid Dawn, upgrade is active. Frostbite deals 8% weapon damage per second to afflicted enemies. All AG hits deal more damage to targets hit with this Frostbite damage effect. Oh, it's dead. And it's gone. Goodbye, Refreshing Frost and Ice Shower perks. You are no longer useful for us. Even if this is a rend, it's not that good. But now it's like really not that good. Pylon Burst. Ice Pylon deals more damage and triggers a burst dealing weapon damage to enemies within 3-meter radius every 2 seconds. It just depends how much health it has, if it's good. If you can keep the Ice Pylon alive and it can trigger keen related effects, then it becomes pretty good. If you can't, then it's pretty bad. That's basically Ice Pylon in a nutshell. Healing Tomb heals you for base health, not off max health, which makes it inherently kind of mid. So IG, like honestly, most of these perks kind of suck. Like Unending Storm is at least still good, but majority of these perks suck now. Tomb is just a must slot on it since you could put it on plus thought. I mean, yeah, that's the one thing with IG is like before, it's like there wasn't really a good IG because you had to slot like offensive perks or skill perks, but now you can just put defensive perks on your IG. Like I just put like Enchanted Ward on my IG and just not really think about too much. Fire IG dead in war? No, it's still gonna be used. You still have Empowering Meteor Shower. It's a very good ability. Tomb is just a must slot. I already read that. All right, and keep going. Void Gauntlet, the thing that got nerfed in the completely wrong ways. There's Voracious Blade, while below 50% health. Void Blade light attacks grant lifesteal, and Void Blade heavy attacks also grant lifesteal, but you get more for the heavies and the lights. So it's split now versus just being a ton of lifesteal. Might use the old IG to keep the shower CDR. I mean, that might not be a bad idea, to be honest. Nullifying Oblivion. This is one of the best perks in the game now. When activated, Oblivion removes limited time duration buffs from targets within its radius and increases the cooldown of limited time duration debuffs on targets by 15 to 30%. The fun thing with here that I've been talking about all day is if someone figures out a way to make right trade VG work again, you could go Oblivion into Oblivion and you could extend roots by over 50%. Like it's a 60% root extension, and that's just so dumb. It's like actually so dumb. Um, I assume all the old perks are getting nerfed in some way, shape, or form, so that the T2 ones are preferred. But Nullifying Oblivion seems really, really good. Micro has to have an internal cooldown, or you could just like just genuinely perma root and slow people. Yeah, I mean this is like it's like Sin but active, and it applies to all debuffs. It's like a fuck you ability now. I don't understand the last part of Oblivion. So Oblivion gets rid of buffs, and then it makes the debuffs last longer. That's all it's saying. So like Sin makes all your debuffs last 20% longer. This makes all debuffs active on targets affected by Nullifying Oblivion last 30% longer. Uh I don't think the coconuts are really used after the patch, so it's probably worth doing to 725 right now. Unless you want to gamble on them making it so that all artifacts don't have to be upgraded. Sorry, I'm stupid, so Sin is worse for better. I mean, Sin is passive versus this is active. It's just, this applies to like an AoE, and it applies to all your allies' debuffs. It's not just your own. Like, this is like probably a top 3 weapon perk in the game. No, this is the best perk and nothing else is close. I feel like there's a couple that are close. Like Empowering Meteor Shower is actually pretty close. Because the damage over time is like proc the Empower, so you just get permanent like max Empower. But yeah, there's not a lot. You can get Empower so easily, yeah, but it's literally like 30% Empower. Like with perma uptime. Petrifying Scream inflicts disease. Noteworthy, when you reduce someone's incoming healing, it also passively increases or like affects their outgoing healing. So like a 40% towards incoming will automatically apply 20% towards outgoing. So I don't know if this is intentional or if they're just saying, hey, this is going to put a 40% incoming heal reduction and also 40% outgoing heal reduction. In any case, it's a healer. You need to pop a cleanse spot or you're not healing ability. Diminishing Orb. Got completely gutted for no reason in the world. It wasn't even used. Crippling Tether. Baleful Tether inflicts a slow, reducing target's movement speed. If the perk's on a weapon, it will also inflict Disintegrate. It's okay, I guess, if you just want to swap off your weapon, but, like, eh. Sundering Essence 2. Essence Rupture will not inflict Rend, reducing armor. Okay, just run it in PvE, I guess. Sounds good. Greatsword. Relentless Rush removes the root and slow. Increase Relentless Rush's critical hit chance. The critical hit chance you don't care about. The removing root and slow is good. It's only while it's active, so if you run into a root and slow after you use it, you're kind of fucked. Leeching Crosscut gives you life steal. Skyward Nullification removes one buff and reduces the duration of buffs by a bit. Again, very weak compared to Nullifying Oblivion. Nullifying Oblivion is just insanely strong compared to these single target strips. It's actually kind of crazy. Energizing Counter. While Calamity Counter is activated, immediately gaining stamina, and each hit of the counter will grant Energized, which will gen your stam faster. Looks okay. Steadfast Purification. Each attack of Steadfast Strike now reduces your debuff durations by 30 to 60%, and a max of 1 reduction per attack, which is still good. I mean, it's what I think it was about what it was before. Crippling Rupture applies a slow. It's a little bit less than before, but it's still a good slow. I mean, Greatsword seems like fine, but Greatsword's kind of just the pulled M1 weapon. You don't really use the abilities very much. So there's going to be a spreadsheet made of all this. So, like, what's BIS? Someone did a spreadsheet of, like, before and after, and that one's already done. I'm probably going to, like, take this and, like, put out a video at some point where it's just, like, my top 5 of stuff. Like, top 5 skill perks, top 5 defensive perks, and kind of go down a list, but we don't really know everything until the patch actually comes out, so it's a little clickbaity if I do it now. Top 5. Oh, wow, this is good. Yeah, it's basically what we have right now. Blunderbuss. Exhaustive Net Shot is still Exhaustive Net Shot. Leeching Shrapnel still is a life steal. Both those are, like, kind of mid. Venturing Claw Shot grants you a bunch of Empower until your next hit. It's only 1 hit. Plague Splitting a Grenade is still pretty good. Resupplying Mortar Charge. Mortar Charge kills someone to get an additional canister. Will not trigger after the final shot, so it doesn't work with that infix. It's really funny. So it seems mid. And then there's Crippling Blast Shot, which does a slow. Everything here is basically unchanged, yeah. And then we got the last weapon, we got Flail. Burning Smite has an armor pen, and extends active cooldowns by a very small amount compared to what it is right now. That is borderline not very good. Is slightly nerfed? I'm pretty sure it's a pretty huge nerf. Minus 15% duration? Yeah, that's a pretty big nerf. It's like the perk got cut in half. At that point, you're basically just using Smite as a weaken. You don't really care about the active duration extension that much. Mending Vortex. Every 2 seconds, Vortex will heal you for some base damage. I don't know why that's there. Powering Eruption 2. Eruption hits deal increased damage per stack of impairment. Good for one-shotting people. It's one of the funny skills. Accelerating Barrage gives you a haste. A thwarting trip does more damage to targets with crit, but it's not commonly used for funny combos. Crowded Bludge. If 2 or more enemies are hit with Bludge, and even if the hits are blocked, to gain Empower. I mean, seems decent in PvE. I don't know if I'd run that in PvP. But yeah, from these, VG got massive buffs somehow. It was already pretty good. And I don't think there's a ton of like groundbreaking changes besides like Warhammer. War, War Spear. Oh, it's the wrong War. That's Where. War Spear nerfs warranted. It was. I mean, I think it was pretty strong in PvE. You might want to use the T1 Spear perks to be honest, and even in T2, like the T2 ones look pretty bad. Have all perks and affixes been released? Uh, likely. It seems like we might be missing a couple, but it seems kind of like it. All right. So these say fixed perks. What was considered to be the old standard perks? I interpret this as if it's a weapon perk, or like it says weapons or shields, that means it's either it can only be used on weapons or shields. It cannot be used on armor. Um, I feel like you shouldn't be able to put plague crits and plague strikes on shields. If you can, it's a gigantic buff to SNS. Maker, aren't the T1 perks just converted to T2? Because if not, you'll just be running a T1 perks. Oh, the T1, they're either converted to T2 or they heavily nerfed them. So, we got plague crits. Still, like, plague crits and plague strikes. The crazy part now is you probably could put both these on a weapon, like, on the same weapon. So, and I think most people are just going to do that because you could just put someone, like, very close to disease cap, like, by just hitting him once in the back at all with a heavy attack. And it's just, like, it's just so good. It's just such good utility. Like, it's just going to be used. If you can put these on a shield, oh my god, it's a big buff to SNS. Jesus Christ, it's a big buff to SNS. Thwarting counter, you can do more damage to targets with grit. This one's always been kind of a niche perk. The value is actually like pretty high, like relative to one perk slot for per source of base damage. Thwarting strikes, you do more damage when they have grit. That's also like decently high, but not as high. Trenchant strikes, your heavies deal more damage. Trenchant crits, your heavies do more crit damage. The fun part is like when you stack these together, which it sounds like you're going to be able to do now, and you put them on a great sword, and then you just start doing funny things. Um, Noteworthy thing: Crescent waves attacks are heavy attacks. Like the waves are heavy attacks, meaning if this was this even on there before? What was on Crescent Wave before? Uh-oh. We might have buffed Crescent Wave. Okay. So if you could put these on the Crescent Wave, which it currently looks like you might be able to, um, your wave is just gonna deal more damage. So that's gonna be fun. Congrats, Crescent Wave users. You caught another buff somehow. These are fixed perks. I don't think they're socketable. I'm interpreting it as you could probably socket them on like weapons. But if they're completely fixed and are just RNGesus, then yeah, it deserves a different interpretation. It's just like this article is like worded so poorly that it's kind of hard to tell. Enfeebling Skewer was boosted, or what? Am I wrong? It was 50%. I think Enfeebling Skewer is like 30% now. It was heavily nerfed. Trenchant Rend, heavy attack supply Rend. It has a big cooldown on it though, but still good enough to be run. Trenchant Recovery is a thing, pretty good for solo PvE. Shirking Flames and all these shirking effects can become incredibly funny if you could stack multiple of them on the same weapon. So if you could stack like 4 of these on the same weapon, and you dodge something, your next attack is dealing 120% more damage. Uh, so that's gonna be the fun part to figure out. I think the fixed perks will just have the exclusive tags and charms won't. That's how I interpret it too. Flame Attunement's a similar thing where this might be insane if you could just stack it all on one weapon. Does shirking have a cooldown? Not on triggering it, it's just like your cooldown's effectively how much you can dodge. Sustained infliction 2, potency of outgoing damage over time effects is reduced and hitting a target with a dot will extend the debuffs. That's what that was there before, it's still solid. Uh, is this PvP only? No, it's not. I thought that was at one point. Or something what related this was. Are there still limits to perk pools? I don't think so. I think they're just kind of letting us go crazy. Pen empowered. You're still pen empowered. Noteworthy, this is saying it's on weapon, it's not on armor. Versus the pen backstab was on armor. Desperate Empower, do more damage while exhausted if you want to go for the funny exhaust build. Sundering Stacks is a thing. Fractured Ren, I mean, both these are just like more Rens if you do specific things. Purifying Crits, I don't know why you'd ever run this on a weapon. This is such a bad perk. If this was like an armor perk, I probably wouldn't even run it. But it'd be like borderline on an armor. On a weapon, it's like just, it's a no. Exhaustive Exploitation, the thing that messed me up is this is not the exhausted. It says hits against exhausted targets. Inflict slow. Uh, exhausted targets doesn't mean it targets with the exhaust effects if this works how it worked before. This means targets that are actively gray barred. So exhaust is like an effect, and then it's also a state. This is referencing the state, not the effect. So don't make the same mistake I did and bait everybody to think that this perk is amazing. Because it's not, because people aren't exhausted. If it worked off every time someone was like had the exhaust effect, it would be insane on flail. Alacritus Punishment. You do more damage to players with haste. Savior. You heal more. Still good. Noteworthy. You cannot put this on armor. This makes the T1 armor from Worm, the helmet, potentially very good in T2. Because it might stack. Purifying Breeze. You heal more per second. Or you heal some per second if you remove a debuff. It's not that insane, but it's okay. Desperate Empower when you're below 50%. Mana or healing's increased. I mean, it's another way to increase healing. And life stuff, you want more healing. I mean, there's so many ways for life stuff to increase healing. I don't know. What is the purpose of even going Divine? Like, they're just going to have so many, like, healing boosting things. Like, do you even need Divine at that point? I think mutes are getting upscaled. Resurgence. Kills and group kills grant bless. Isn't this the effect that was present on, like, the focus bonus? So it's a perk now? Huh. I mean, that's kind of interesting. Critical suppression, hitting a target with a attack with a magic weapon, light or heavy attack, reduces their crit chance. Please don't build this. All this does is, like, you would think it would do something. The problem is, if someone hits you from behind with a melee attack, it's a guaranteed crit. Which is why crit in general, and like crit boosting stuff in general, is just not used very much, because melee is pretty dominant, because flanks are just guaranteed crits. And is the 350 strength perk? Yeah. So they probably reworked 350 strength somehow. Will N2 affect detonate? No. No. Detonate's not an ability. It's also not like a melee light attack. It's like an effect that like spawns. That goes boom. It's a ranged attack. I don't think it's like tied to your, is it tied to your character? I mean it might affect detonate. Uh, it's not an ability. It's nothing at all, I think. It's something weird. Yeah, that's why elemental version works versus Deado. Yeah. It's like a ranged elemental attack. But I don't know if it's like tied to your characters. I don't know if it actually works with this or not. Like if you have boosting effects from your weapon, it typically doesn't work on detonate, and if you have an effect that like is from your armor and it boosts, then it typically does work on detonate. And because this is on weapon, it probably does not. Sturdy 2, it's like sturdy 1. Sure footing 2, you move faster and you don't get pulled as much. What does the Slayer script functionality even mean? Like what? Hated 2 turns out to be really good in PvE now, probably mandatory. Oh, they do have life stealing, which is like the same value as leeching, but takes a weapon slot. Sounds terrible. Keen speed sucks. Wait, does it suck? Does keen speed suck? I don't know if it sucks. You get 100% uptime on that. So if you're chasing someone, you can just keep critting, but the problem is in order to take advantage of the haste effect, you need to stop hitting them. Huh. Mortal Aggression 2. Hits grant lifesteal. Gain max health, stam, fortify, and empower upon a kill. Can also be used on armor. Highest value is only attainable on weapons. Dude, that is good. Like, they put everything in one, and I feel like that's just like a good perk now. Like, it's at least good in PvE. Nah, maybe not great in PvP. It's good in PvE, but it's like, it's a max health heal. That's good for the crypts. Oh, it's definitely good for the crypts. Sturdy Fort. This is the one that goes on a shield. Oh, it's max at 3 stacks, not 5 anymore. But you could still get up to like 24% fortify on one perk, so it's still a good perk. Healing defense is nerfed, and it's off base health, and it has a giant cooldown. It's terrible. Shield retaliation to unblock, gain power. Shield aggression. Just gain base damage. Refreshing defense, gain cooldown reduction. Is this passive or active cooldown reduction? This is like just, I need more words here. Damage reduction. Oh, these are just this is the light, this is the medium, this is the heavy effect. They just got confused and threw them in here. Yeah. Okay. It's badly written. Yep. 3 seconds, not 7 anymore. Yep. That's a lot of perks. It's a lot of weapon perks. And shield perks. But I think they just threw the weapon and shield perks in the same section, and they just, like, they're confined to what they were before, most likely. Armor or shield. Conditionings are still at 5%. Oh, they left slash conditioning up here. I thought they wanted to, like, nerf that at one point. Because we had a whole meta with that. Do they not mention protections on shields? Do we not have protections on shields anymore? They do later? Okay. So they just don't put the protections on shields in the shield section? That's cool. That's cool. Armor. Shrinking Fort 2. Gain a bunch of fortify. That's a lot of fortify for a dodge. It's 6 seconds again? It's not 4? Oh my god, we might be back. Shirking Fort might be back. This is actually like sounds really good. Each piece of armor with this perk increases the potency. Oh my god, this is gonna be really good. Yeah, this is definitely a Shirking Fort meta. If it doesn't refresh on dodge, it will still be bleh. Will it? I feel like it would still be good even if it doesn't refresh on dodge. It used to refresh on dodge, though. The one that didn't was the conditioning. Thorny Reflection, taking a crit hit, reflects damage back, and reduces their crit chance. I mean, this might be a little bit better because you have more perks, but this is like never that insane. Crit ret, PvP only, get crit chance for 7 seconds after taking the crit hit. I mean, this is a good enough value to where this is probably viable now. Does Oblivion strip it though? Yeah, Oblivion would still strip it, but there's only so many VGs. Like, if we're in a meta where people are running like 10 IGVGs again, like, I would probably not run Shirking Fort. But currently we're in a meta of like 4 to 6 VGs, like IGVGs, and they like kind of run around like heads or chickens without heads and kind of do random things. What do you think about the stifling set bonus? You have to go back into VOD. It's like too far at this point. I don't really want to go back. There'll be a VOD up tomorrow. Starting energy 2. If we had less people on here, I would go back for you, but we currently have like a few hundred people, and I'm not holding that to go back for one question. Sturdy energy 2. When blocking a hit, when below 30% stam, gain stam regen. I mean, this is there before. It was always okay, it just never was good. Vital synergy is good, though. Incoming healing increased by 50%. The noteworthy thing here, if it's incoming healing, this is all incoming healing, so this is just like way better than divine. So run this. This is a big buff from live. I mean, it's a buff, but it's like, it's okay. I don't really care that much. The vital synergies one's really good though. Feels like having high end gear score won't matter too much, to be honest. I mean, there's some things it will matter for. I think will matter more for a PvP than PvE. Unless you're doing mutations, and it will matter for PvE. But that's just off of how stuff like worked in the past. Empowering Breaker 2, an attack is blocked, gain in power. Yeah, I mean it's free damage. Shirking Energy gives you stam. This is a little bit better, I think, than the one that gives you stam regen. Hardcore Parkour gives you some haste, but it's honestly not that good. When attack is blocked, gain stamina damage. Why would you run this? Like no, like if you wanted to try to break a tank stam, I guess, but like if you're just building to break tank stam, so like you're just kind of weird. Shirking Energy gives to medium now. Oh, it's not just light. Oh, that's a little better. I mean, light and medium can both do triple dodges anyway, though. But, that's a little interesting. It might be worth running one. Purifying Switch 2, hitting a target with an ability within 5 seconds of swapping weapons with Quench 1 debuff. That doesn't seem that bad. Doesn't seem good, but doesn't seem bad. And then we hit the best perk in the entire game. Yeah, this is like definitely the best perk in the game, or like it's up there. We went through this like a day ago, and we went through every single buff. There are a lot of buffs in the game, but there's like one that was in there earlier that was for Fortify. This will work for the Fortify because Fortifies are under buffs. So now I'm just like confused why this is in the game when they basically do the same thing. Uh, so this will also, yeah, Tenacity set gives you grit. This will extend the duration of like the grit you get. Like, there's just like a lot of synergies with this. Is that one perk limit or does it stack? It probably stacks up to 5 times if it's like the other perks. Like, they're probably going to stack up to 5 times. If it's like the screenshot we saw from the devs, it's going to stack up to 5 times. Does Oblivion strip it though? It will. It stacks up to 5 times per in when. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Crush. So it's like fortifies last longer. Things like flails, like little CC uh removal effect and immunity will last longer. Heal over times will last longer. Like there's just like a lot of effects this is very good with. Tumblers with that. Yeah, I mean that would last longer. Like it's just it procs up a lot of things. Healing breeze lasts longer. Like it's just like it's just a good perk. A quick revive too, gain grit while reviving. Wait, what? Why is this a perk? Reduce the time required to revive players, but okay. Um, I just run the life step thing that like revives someone. It's funny though. It is really funny. Like it's honestly not that bad for PvE, but it's just like what? It's a perk. Would it help me in my worm today? Oh no. Catacombs perk might be. Oh, hits grant lifesteal. As long as the power of lifesteals is increased, as long as you've not used a survivability potion in the last 13 seconds. Isn't that kind of insane? Like for a one perk slot, like isn't that kind of nuts? Like all hits just give you lifesteal. Like, okay. Like sure. That's very insane. Yeah. Probably has internal cooldown, but still really good. Yeah. Sacrificial empowerment. Increase base damage by 1.2 to 1.5%, but armor's decreased by about 1%. The base damage increase is far better than the armor loss. This is just like a borderline must run on every single weapon. That's really good. Like armor does not matter that much compared to the base damage that you're gonna get the increase out of. I mean, I guess if you're like tanky, like maybe you don't want to run it, but like if you're like a DPS oriented build, like a range build, like 100% run this. It's yeah, and that's for lights players exactly. Freeing aggression hitting a target will reduce the duration of crowd control debuffs or crowd control stats effects on yourself by 3.95. That's it? If this was 40%, I don't know if it would run if I'd run it. If it was 50%, I might run it, but no. What do we need to like make this perk worth like 10 to 15 times more? Terminal Vengeance. Grant base damage for every 25% of your max health that you're missing. I mean, that's just a good perk. It's a very good perk. I mean, like if you're using, it's not very good. It's a good perk. It's definitely good with a rage. Amulet shield. Okay, so they just share the protections now. Noteworthy, they share the protections. If you use a T1 shield, that doesn't count as a T2 protection, so you could still stack T1 shields with T2 amulets. You also likely can run multiple protections on amulets, which is kind of funny. Uh, Amulets max health is not a lot. It's something, but it's not a lot. Stamina recovery has a 60-second cooldown on, so it still sucks. Um, Purify has a 97-second cooldown, so it still sucks. Fortified recovery, while you're hit with below 50% health, gain Fortify on a 90-second cooldown. Okay, that also sucks. Shirking Cleanse is good, no? Shirking Cleanse, after dodging an attack in light or medium, lose 2 dots or debilitate effects at the 6-second cooldowns. I mean, that's fine. It's probably not as good as running another protection, though. I just ran another protection. Like, why would you run this when you could just run a protection? Like, just run, like, I don't know, thrust, strike, fire, and arcane protection. Done. Like, why would you ever run these? Protection's, like, way too good. I can't run both? I mean, this takes up a slot. Like, why would you ever use this as a slot when you could use this as a slot? Assuming you can. I mean, they didn't have perk limits for anything else. But, yeah. Shirking Empower, still a very good source of Empower. Borderline, worth running. Stop, drop, and roll sucks. And Impeded is mid. Uh, Enchanted Resilience, PvP only, reduce attackers' base damage dealt to you by a lot, but increase their ability damage dealt to you. Ooh, it's a fun one. Um, yeah, I'd run that. Yeah, I'd run that. Run one of these, drop all your enchanted. Sure, sure. These are both word. No, this is fine. Just run this and run some elemental aversion. Like, it's fine. Like, yeah, there's melee abilities, but yeah. It's 5%. Like that's the same amount of damage increase you get from like running the grit stuff. So let me check Discord because I just got added a bunch. Uh, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Okay, we're good. It's called Resilience 2, PvP only, reduce attackers' ability damage to you. Oh, it's just the inverse. I think the like reducing your basic attacks is probably better than the ability damage. Like there's not like they nerf CDR and abilities. Like I'm not as worried about like ability dump like stuff hurting. Uh that's a good I just had a weird thought. Is detonate a basic attack? I don't think it is, right? Like surely it's not a basic attack. Actually, I probably should just go to damage rows. Um, no, attack type heart gem. Okay, it's different. No, it's not. I know it's like a range. It's an arcane ranged attack, but it's not a basic attack. It's a heart gem type. In my opinion, new season 10 rune will probably replace detonate. It seemed pretty good. Enchanted Resilience is so good versus BBVG. Oh yeah, it's very good versus that. I mean, it's very good versus that. It's very good versus Void Blade. Like it just seems like a really good perk for the value, right? Like it's like one slot that does a lot. Like that's like this is like the only perk that I see on this list that competes with the protection. If you could run multiple protections. Like nothing else comes close. And like you could just run that perk and it's like, oh, I'm afraid of like fire damage, so now I run a fire protection. If you could stack protection, everyone will do it in both PvE and PvP. I mean, yeah. Rings increase damage. This isn't power. It's still good. Usually only run one of those. Healing breeze is still a thing. 10-second cooldown per target's the noteworthy part. Which makes it usually not worth it for people that are not healers. 1% breeze nerf keck. I mean, they want to have the even number for some reason. Removing from ally heals them. I mean, it's fine. Purifying heart still exists. Nice. Love that perk. Mortal empowerment was always fine, but it was never insane. Invig was always fine, but never that. I mean, that's borderline runnable now. That's probably even like if people have a lot of buffs, it's borderline runnable. But I don't. It's not. Yeah, it's not terrible. That's actually pretty good for one perk slot. Yeah, you don't use Enchanted Ward and the Brazil. Don't use both those together. If you use both these together, they offset. That's a dumb idea. It's a thank you, Ziggy. um, I thought of that too when I first saw them, like this morning, and I was like, cursed enchantment viable. Uh, increase basic attack damage but decrease ability damage. Yeah, 100% viable. Yeah, yeah, that's 100% viable. That's also another buff for our beloved greatsword that we all love so dearly. Ah, yes, the wave. Yay! um, uh, the wave counts as a heavy attack, which is a basic attack. I'm gonna go insane. Okay. Curse skill. Increased ability damage, but decreased basic attack damage. That's probably less good. Wait. Oh, it's up to 10% for both? I mean, yeah, this is still worth it for some things. Like, it would be worth it for Void Blade. It's worth it for Greatsword. It's not worth it for everything. Worth it for Nah, Blunderbuss is kind of iffy. Probably worth it for Blunderbuss. That's good for PvE tanks. My abilities do no damage. Yeah. Hatchet. Yeah, it would be good for Hatchet. I'm gonna run both of those. Discord link not working. I could throw it in the YouTube chat if it's not working. Someone has told me that before, and then I adjusted it, and it was supposed to be working, so I don't know why it wouldn't be working. There's a chance the Discord, like, Crush, if you could look at that, it might have, like, locked itself down if too many people joined for me. But I don't think too many people joined. Discord links are broken every 12 hours. I created a permalink. Worked? Okay. Oh, maybe I have to change the YouTube link. I don't know. One more New World Buddy update. New World Buddy will update when we have a pre-patch for New World Eternum here. If there's no pre-patch, there's no New World Buddy. So we probably won't have this today. There's a chance we'll have it like Saturday or Sunday. I think it's somewhat unlikely that we will though, because like the devs working a weekend just sounds like something that's like kind of unlikely. But we might. They said downtime is Monday. I know they said downtime is Monday. Oh, they said it for 2 hours. Yeah, they're just gonna release it on Monday. So New World Buddy will probably be active in the middle of Monday. And it probably won't have full functionality because the Genie needs to add some stuff. All hits deal increased base damage. All abilities do base damage. I mean, both those are good too, but it's only on ring. Genie said it should take like no changes to New World Buddy since everything is essentially a perk. The part he has to add in is set bonuses. He doesn't have set bonuses. 2% only. Yeah, I mean, these are not priced that high. Light and heavy attacks deal more base damage. Another buff to our beloved greatsword. Okay. Critical infliction. Increased crit chance against targets with a dot. That's okay. Forged infliction. Hitting a target inflicted by one of your dots will reduce the duration of dots on self by nothing. Dude, why is the value on this so low? This would have to be like 50 to 75% for me to ever consider it. Like 25 at the minimum, but like probably 50%. Some of these don't make any sense whatsoever. Killing a target will cause your next ability within 20 seconds to deal like 20% more damage. That doesn't seem that good. A rogue alacrity backstabbing a target with an active haste will remove one of their hastes and grant you a haste. That's kind of funny. This one's kind of a funny one. Now it actually might be good. That's a silly one. Like it might be good enough, but it's mostly silly. VGBB making a comeback? Oh yeah, VGBB looks like a very good weapon this next patch. It's gonna be squishy, but it looks very good. But just put Phoenix on it, lol. Unscathing impairment. Like, VGBB unironically probably can kill the other guy if he had Phoenix on in time. Like, it actually probably would work. Unscathed empowered 2. Melee light attacks grant 1 stack, and melee heavy attacks grant 2 stacks of 5% empower for 8 seconds. Max is 6 stacks. For every hit you deal without taking damage, taking a hit will remove the empower increase that instance of damage. Are you just getting nuked? But this sounds insane for musket. Oh, it's melee. This sounds insane for crescent wave. There we go. There we go. We got the bit. Yeah. Beaker, I'm probably just gonna hit level 65 like a day before the release. Is it the end of the world if I'm not geared for release? No, probably not. I just grab like budget enchanted ward, then you'll be fine. The other thing that no one's really talked about for gearing. Like we're all talking about mutations, we're all talking about like catacombs, M3s. Um, it's coming out during Halloween. There's going to be a Halloween event. The Halloween event is going to have patterns. Those patterns are going to give you gear. Like you literally could just do the event and you probably get decent gear. Like it won't be BIS, but like it will be better than anything you get right now. Like I would potentially do the Halloween event just to get a good weapon, and like that's probably good enough. Glad they're giving Crescent Wave some love. Some artifacts just need love. Yeah, they keep buffing Crescent Wave. Okay. Refreshment 2. Okay, this is your refreshing. This is probably a must-have. Refreshing move. It's on earring now. Why is it on earring? We don't know, but it's on earring now. Uh, and its value is not a lot, but it's on earring now. So, yay. Um, yeah, it seems mid. I almost wonder for rings and amulets and for earrings if it's worth like dropping the extra gem slot for another perk, because the perks on these weapons are like all really good, or like on jewelry are all really good. Like it honestly might be worth dropping a 2% like protection, like 2% ABS. Like you could drop a 2% ABS and then you could pick up like a protection, for example. Refreshment 2, I feel like you kind of need it in PvP. Yeah. Sorry, I went too far. This seems really good. Refreshing move seeds mid. Refreshing recovery. Um, it might be slightly better because refreshing's like effectively nerfed, but it's probably still not super good. Regenerating 2. I think this is max health, which makes it decent. If it's base health, it's kind of mid. Nimble is like usually people go one of these two. Despise gives you more damage to taunts. This is obviously needed in PvE. Refreshing toast, in my opinion, is mid, but some people love it. Empowering toast is okay. Fortifying toast is really good. Healing heart too. On heart rune heal for 9% of your max health. This is insane. Belovitude, good for PvE. Yeah, so I'd probably run healing. Yeah, my god, that's really good. This is like the entire reason why people are running Stoneform. It wasn't really for the Stoneform effect. Like you could just drop Stoneform, put on healing heart, run whatever heart rune you want. And for most people, you're fine. Oh, the other thing. If this is a heal, there's a chance it's a buff, which means it's extended by prolonged favor, which means you might get an extra tick of the max health heal. um, Micro thoughts on the tank meta change? We will be tankier. I don't know. We're gonna be tankier. Um, oh, you mean like PvE tank? Uh, I mean, I don't know PvE tank stuff very much. Like, I figured you either use Greatsword or you use SNS or you use like Flail. Probably don't do what I did at one point and try to do Rapier. I think PvE content will be quite harder. Oh, it's probably gonna be harder, but if you get the right gear, it's probably decent. Greatsword's already meta. Yeah, I mean Greatsword blocks while you're doing damage. And then you could use the artifact Greatsword and it's probably just good. Nimble buff? It is a little bit of a nimble buff. Yo, PvE Rapier taking's fun. I mean, I'd do it too, but it feels pretty mid, and then Rapier just got nerfed. Enchanted Ward nerfed the ground, gems nerfed, attributes decreased. I mean, what did Schmeck theory craft for his like PvE stuff? Oh, this is just the old crown. Okay. Yeah, he's doing prolonged favor too. He likes prolonged favor. Prolonged favor seems nuts. Elemental hunger, enchanted ward on everything still. Kingly fortified, kingly empowered. Yeah. I mean, these just make sense. I mean, if he only wants to run one protection, I guess that's fine. That's an example for mutation stuff. Okay. Eh. I mean, his stuff's kind of interesting. Like, the main interesting thing here is he's not stacking protections for this. And then he's actually using Grit Ward, where Grit Ward looks like... I guess Grit Ward with Tenacity makes sense. Kingly Fortified, Kingly Empowered is definitely a must. Is he missing a perk slot? It feels like he's missing a perk slot, but I don't think he is. No, he's not. I just... Why does it feel like you don't have a lot of perks, even though you have a lot of perks? The other thing I don't know about is, like, I don't know about this. Like, I almost feel like these aren't worth it. Like, they probably are worth it in mutations, but in PvP, I'm, like, debating right now. He's operating under the assumption they won't be able to stack multiple protections and will be mutually exclusive, like refreshing move. Gotcha. Can you link that? I can. This is for M3. Yeah, this is what Schmeck linked to me before he hosted me. So I'm stealing ideas right now, or like what he's doing in PvE. This one's just incomplete. Okay. Huh. I mean, the interesting part here is you run out of slots really fast. This is bug fixing. They changed some stuff with artifacts, so Infernal Abyss and Life Taker should actually work now. Crescent Wave got the armor pen nerf, which will affect a lot, but they also got a huge buff. Old Crown got readjusted. The featherweight nerf is significant. The Tumbler nerf is pretty significant, but still probably good. Ankh I don't think is usable. You're missing the meme of the century. Please go back up. Which part? Under general? Fix an issue where players could aim down sights and lock onto a target at the same time, making it look like any fired shots upon that time were magically magnetized to their target, when in reality neither the camera nor player were pointed at the... So it's just saying we accidentally had aimbot. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Damn, they nuked Ankh. Yeah, I would not run Ankh. Not worth it. Unless you, like, don't want to, like, kill yourself through other beams. Excuse me. Still, tenacity set triggers after you get hit. Not the grit. You get a grit every 3 seconds for 6 seconds constantly. I think Ankh will still be decent in wars. It is like a lot of value per perk slot. It's just like, man, you're really not healing yourself. I mean, it's like 20%. I mean, for me, it's like, no, I'm not going to run Ankh because I have Relentless and it does the same thing with like less of a downside. But for other people, I could see them like wanting to run Ankh. Uh, any of these worth talking about? None of these are that exciting, to be honest. Is anyone excited about any of these? It's like I read all these, I'm like, meh. Blood Drinker buff? Adjusted Blood Drinker's downside, so 5% less damage that you're losing. Added a benefit to of a lesser decrease to damage to the target's disease. I mean, it seems like it could be good. Odyssey 20% slow and tomb. I mean, that's decent. But you're using an artifact slot on an IG. Freya is probably really good for healer now because it's one of the only ways to get CDR on a hatchet. This is kind of cool. Bike Herald got nerfed. It was barely used before, but yeah. This is kind of nuts. Great Axe caught a little buff. Great Sword caught a little buff. Life Staff caught another nerf somehow. Warhammer caught a little buff. But bow caught a little buff. Musket got buffed. I mean, everything's catching tiny buffs, it seems like. Except for Fire Staff. Fire Staff got a 2% nerf. um, then I don't really think we care about this bottom stuff as much. Why are they buffing Greatsword so much? I think the hard part is they probably want to buff Greatsword, but they want to like nerf Crescent Wave. It's like outside of Crescent Wave, I don't think Greatsword's in that great of a spot. Can you upheaval that disease from Plague Herald? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you could transfer it if you want to do a funny build like that. Be kind of a funny build actually. Crescent Wave will hurt a lot. Yeah, Crescent Wave is gonna chunk. Gorgons, Trial Devour, mutated, got up-leveled. Artifact upgrade recipes are gone. There's a Halloween event. Um, they adjust the payouts a bit, so Nighthaven's the best one. And that's about it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we can do a little bit of theory crafting potentially. Or give me 2 seconds. All right, we're back. I'll bump the War AFK timer to 30 minutes. Nice. Has anyone heard what happens to prismatics? Are they obsolete now? Um, oh no, they don't mention them. Don't know. Don't know what's used for the new crafting recipes. Miko, earlier you mentioned upgrading ring first because of base damage. Which ring were you thinking of upgrading? The problem is there's like the ring that gives you grit, and that's like an infix one. I mean, let me go through ring and like look at the perks, but there weren't a ton that were insane. Like A damage one's good if you're actually doing damage. If you're a tank, it's not that good. Like Purifying Heart is obviously really good. Um, Most of these perks aren't that good. Like if you want to have like protection, there's actually not that many like good PvE or like good perks here, but if you want to do damage, there's a lot of good perks. Like if I was doing a PvE build though, which is probably the first one that you want to do, it would probably be like a damage perk. It would be maybe Purifying Heart. I don't know for sure if you run that in PvE. Um, and then like more damage on your autos. Like Cursed Enchantment, yeah. Rumor has it that you need matrices to craft the charms. I mean, that would make sense. What are your thoughts on how Fire Staff will look for war after the changes? I mean, it will. I think Fire Staff and Bow are becoming like kind of close in like the rules that they would provide. As in like Fire Staff doesn't have the ability to constantly spam AoEs anymore. The new Bow has the ability to like suck people in and do a giant pull. Has some access to some good AoEs too, but also has access to Hatchet, which is probably a better secondary than like Rapier or IG. So like I don't know, like Fire Staff and Bow are probably like pretty competitive, but there'll still probably be more Fire Staffs than Bows because there's less Bow players than Fire Staffs. Miicrow Hatchet got a big buff due to Bow being equal. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Crush. It's like Hatchet got a giant buff. Bow's pretty good. Fire Staff basically just got nerfed across the board. I was thinking anything fixed is still affected by perk pool limitations. It might be. That would kind of make sense, but I could also see them like not doing that because they don't have it anywhere else. It will be like really, really insane if you can go like thrust protection, slash protection, strike protection, like flame protection. Like if you could do that on an amulet, like I would full send that like immediately. How much protection? Yes. Yeah, exactly. All protection. I think gem slots on amulets are like they're close to not necessarily being what you want. What's the new evade build? Oh no, this is what Schmeck had. I don't really do PvE a ton, so I usually just copy people on PvE. That being said, the build I'm probably going to build out for PvP or PvE is either tank or it's like light SNS with util offhand. Abyss couldn't add a gem socketing pen, that's not necessarily the same. The lava tip stacks to 3 seconds based off a heavy attack, so then you consume all that for a single damage hit. Sounds like it could hit like a truck if you buff your heavy attacks to yeah, the new rapier change sounds like it could be really good too. My favorite perk is probably Prolonged Favor, because this just extends the duration of like everything that procs. So like for me, like I like to play Flail a lot. This is a perk that would get extended, Flowing Stability. Arcane Smite, there's an effect on here that gives you lifesteal. That scales with focus. That would effectively get extended. Uh, there's like, Warding Blood would get extended, Barrage would get extended, like there's heals over time that would get extended. Like there's just like so many things that get extended from it. It's like crazy. Like Oppressive Advantage would be extended. Uh, mitigate protection would get extended. Like it's just like it's kind of nuts. Like SNS, there's a bunch more too. Like this fortify gets extended, this gets extended. This would get extended. It's just there's so many effects that just like would go on so much longer. Yeah, the infixes are really cool. That will probably be the spot that like people will build around a lot. Like Schmeck doesn't even include the infixes in here, but like some of these infixes are really good. Like Critical Storm is a really good one. Thwarting Stun's a really good one in PvP. Well, Chain Lightning's more free damage. Close Quarters is just insane. Like, it's actually insane. I wonder if BBVG would be strong enough damage to be used in PvE. Any thoughts on Runeglass gems I should make as a healer and or for, I guess that's Spear and you hit the T instead of the R for next season? For healer, I mean, there's not like a ton that will boost your damage for either of those classes, but I would think like the stamina ones would generally be good for anyone that like doesn't know what to do. Lifesteal is always okay, but the stamina ones are probably the best. But I don't know, there are just a ton of different perk options now. I'm kind of surprised Vigor's like this week and like Invig kind of feels weak too. But it's like Invig might be strong enough to still run, but like when I look at these two values, like I'd rather just run the Freedom at that point. Like the Invig's like a maybe. Do infixes take a spot on a perk or is it a bonus perk? It would take a spot on a perk. So you lose one perk slot. It's kind of hard to do like a theory craft thing because we don't know like where these like set bonuses necessarily like belong or if they'd be conflicting with each other like these infix perks. Just save some money as a healer and just use the normal cut gems. You could do that too. You'll be losing out a little bit on utility. Not a lot, but a little bit. One infix per gear, right? Yeah, it's only one infix per gear. I think that sometime tomorrow, we should be getting the update to like New World Buddy, either that or like Sunday. Like there's a small chance they just do it on Monday all at once, but they swear they usually do a pre-patch, so it's just like so weird to me that they wouldn't be doing a pre-patch. Because like if they don't do a pre-patch, like they do the downtime to like reset the world, they don't do the pre-patch, and everyone has to like update the game at the last second. And that like never goes well. Like if you have to like rush to do like an 80 gig update, like it's just like while the servers are just coming online, like that's just stupid. Thank you for the theory, miicrow. I can't connect all of this. Yeah, I mean I can do like an example build out set, but like I think the big thing I'm taking away from my PvP side is if you could do the one enrage with the enraging hunt. So you when you exit a dodge with more than 20 stam and you're enraged, you consume 4 stacks to trigger 3.5 meter AoE that will pull in nearby enemies. So you pull everybody in, and then use the stifling 2 set where you when you exit a dodge, you'll trigger an AoE that damages nearby enemies. You just do your great axe combo, and then you like re-pull everybody back in at the end, and then they could just charge out because charge should just go through people now. Like Great Axe just seems like incredibly strong for escaping clumps. There's honestly potential that like even as a tank that we just swap to Great Axe like as an offhand and we'd use charge just to get out of everything. Like the only thing it doesn't get out of is like Ice Shower now. But if you have like uninterruptible, I think you still go through it. Flow VG or Inferno BB or Full Tank are good examples of meta types I'm thinking. Inferno BB makes a lot of sense too. Like Inferno BB and VG BB both make a lot of sense. Is refreshing charge good enough? You can charge through people. Charge can now pass through allies and enemies when sprinting forward. Like, isn't that just insane? Like, you just don't get body blocked anymore. Like, this is nuts. Sorry for the noise. It's my tiny water bottle. They didn't change the benefits to equip loads. Light still gets plus 30% outgoing heals and 15% weapon damage. Yeah, I think it's something like that if they didn't say they changed it. The other thing too is I hope that they extend the thing that the sharding, I think is what they called it, to where you could have multiple people in like one zone and the game wouldn't like destroy itself. I hope they put that in Nighthaven when it first comes out, because Nighthaven's probably gonna get pretty laggy. You think there's gonna be a clear meta, or do you think if you build it right, there could be multiple good PvP builds? Oh yeah, there's gonna be multiple good PvP builds. The other thing too is like I imagine it's gonna be really hard to get necessarily like a completely BIS set. Uh unless they figure out a way to deal with loot biasing. It's like when you have armor weight related loot bias, it can be incredibly hard to get the right set that you want out of like a PvE encounter. Like if I have to go into the raid and to play the raid, to beat the raid, I need to have light on, and if I have light on, I'm not getting my medium stuff like that. That's just gonna make stuff like so annoying. Yeah, like you actually have to grind for your BIS. And I think that the BIS is kind of debatable too. I don't have much experience in the game. Should I wait for some build on the internet or try to theorycraft myself, or just focus on M3 builds to get new items at the start of season 10? I mean, I think the safe spot to start, so like there's a few different ways to start. I think the really safe start is there's the new zone. You can get the max level from the new zone. That's probably important. And instead of like jumping immediately into like end game content, you probably do the Halloween event. The Halloween event will give you patterns that will give you access to some good gear. That good gear probably is good enough to start using for PvE until you get better gear. Like that's like one way to start. The other way to start is you just top into catacombs like immediately, because catacombs doesn't require BIS gear to probably beat. So that's like another way to start. And then like the last way I could think of starting is just like probably to start doing some elite chest runs and buy some stuff off the market. And then from there go to PvE. So what's BIS for PvE? Is everyone still going to run evade rapier? I think rapier took a lot of nerfs. I don't know if it's necessarily best in slot anymore. Like I think it's safe to like start with that kind of build, but like the one that like screams out to be like really interesting to me is probably the other rapier that does the fire damage. Like that one seems pretty good too. I mean, I figure like if I'm doing like a raid comp, I think I actually put one together at one point. Yeah. Like this is like somewhat of like what a raid comp would look like. Where this is like the Ren bot, this is healer, this is healer. These are your 3 DPS weapons. So like problem with the Orgon is you have to heavy. I mean, you just run it with the SNS, no? Like SNS round, you put it on the offhand, you heavying with SNS is actually pretty good. Like this is what I would imagine it would kind of look like, and then you have like 3 flex slots depending on what's the meta DPS. You maybe could drop this for a BBVG if this life staff is good enough. Warhammer Flail, you. I mean, you just want someone with high flow uptime. Like, you could probably use this and it's fine, and they could just do Warhammer and then, like, some other weapon here, but... Nightham. Miicrow, relate to the stream. What weapon combo do you think will be best for PvP? Uh, SNS, something with SNS probably. SNS is probably a safe bet. I'd say like the biggest weapons that look like they caught big buffs here are like blunderbuss. I'd say Warhammer caught some big buffs. Void Gauntlet caught some big buffs. I'd say Musket caught big buffs. It's like these are like the hot weapons. But I think SNS is always just a safe bet too. SNS can run spirit. Yeah, SNS can just kind of run anything. I mean, in PvE, like what I'm planning on doing is I'm gonna try to take one of these slots, like the SNS with the round, and then I can flex off of that to tank if needed. We're gonna go back to having a lot of VGs in wars, I think. Yeah, I mean, VG just sounds really, really strong. How come Rapier didn't get buffed? 30% damage reduction is huge. Plus you can stack Vicious Rogue, etc. I mean, Rapier got buffed from a PvP standpoint. I think it caught nerfs from the other stuff, if I remember right. Like the... Why did I type out flail? I mean, this is a little better. I mean, Rapier's probably fine. Rapier just definitely got buffed for PvP, just Finisher's dead. Yeah. Yeah. Because they only did that to Finisher. I mean, I think whatever you run in PvE has to have a lot of debuffs at the end of the day. Because debuffs are kind of the king for DPS. It's just if you could find a different way to get a lot of like debuffs that are constantly doing damage, like that might be good too. Like that's a slow. Like this is really good from a musket standpoint of increasing damage too. And then this would just be like consistent. I don't know. I mean, there's probably a few other things that are good. BB definitely is in a better spot. I think you just have to build it right though. Like you have like two real options. You can go Inferno or you can go Void Gauntlet. For PvE, Inferno makes far more sense. Because then you're increasing your passive damage on the blunderbuss, and you really don't really need to use the Inferno ever. Like it's literally there just as like a stat stick for your blunderbuss. VG maybe for Catacombs. Yeah. I mean, the other nice part about VG for Catacombs is you could potentially split up, and then you can just put the lifesteal effect from Essence Rupture on the target, and then, you use Tether, and then you're probably just going to be good enough to run around as a solo, too. Yo, Andiv, what's going on? We are theory crafting PvP, or PvE right now. Enjoy your stream. Cheers, mate. Inferno plus Rapier's dead in PvP now? I mean, the other thing that's, like, kind of crazy to me, there's so many good, like, armor pen effects now. Like there was an infix. Like if we go back to the where the infixes were, which is like super super high up. This one seems insane to me, but it's mostly a PvP one. Like PvEers probably don't care that much about it. Oh no, we can never end stream. It's gonna be hard to record the video. Might have to just edit it while I sleep. Or post in the middle of the afternoon tomorrow. Big Mac, they nerfed your invig, but you might be okay. I need somebody to try to make a build with this and make it work. Like I need a mortar one-shot build. Like I'm tempted to theory craft one like right now. But surely there's just a way to like make your abilities do a bajillion more damage. You just go mortar, you just launch it at somebody and it just makes everybody explode. That perk is so bad. Oh, it's probably so bad, but it would be so funny. You know I'm doing a 5 meter glass cannon command? Oh yeah. Cousin's probably gonna do it. I plan on running Blood Drinker plus Hatchet Disease plus Greatsword for main story quests, but I don't know if that would be good. Oh, that's totally fine. I mean, I don't think main story quest is going to be really demanding. The one thing I always say for like people that like aren't confident in doing stuff solo, is if you use a Void Gauntlet as a secondary and you just throw a Tether on the target and you throw Essence Rupture on the target, you're basically going to be fine versus anything in a 1v1 in the game. Like, this gives you a life steal, this reduces its damage and makes you do more damage, and then you can just switch to your main weapon and you're just chilling. Like, I almost always just do PvE as a solo and I just like, or do Void Gauntlet as a solo in PvE and I just throw these on the target and then we're kind of just chilling. Is Cleansing Block OP? No, they made a mistake too. The Cleansing Block, that's literally the skill from Michael. And they like accidentally wrote it as a separate infix, but it just belongs on Michael. Like this is literally just this. Like on block lose 1 debuff. Like it's literally just that. I don't know. It's like not that good. Unstoppable is nuts, by the way. What, giving grit to somebody? Or this? Oh. I mean, this is just like the 300 con perk. This is probably the one you mean. I assume you don't mean the life staff one that's like random grit at some point in time. That's probably useful, but I don't know if it's actually going to be useful all the time. Yeah, but getting grit without being forced to be 300 con. I mean, I don't even know if this is that good. I'm not gonna lie. Because like I feel like tenacity is just a better option. Like you take more damage while you have grit active for this too, but like I feel like this is just like a very large amount of uptime on grit. Like and you really don't need both. Like to me, this is probably the best set overall too, tenacity. Like it just has access to some like really consistent attributes that don't they're not like sexy looking, but like they're just like very solid versus some of these others are just like very gimmicky. The other thing that I'm like starting to think about is, and this is gonna get very cook worthy, and I'm probably gonna get flamed by a bunch of bruisers like very, very quickly. Um, but if you run like one enrage on any build and you take enraged hunt, this is just like the bruiser effect basically. And then you can just have like any build in the game that's basically doing kind of what bruiser does, where you just like throw damage at a clump and then just like make a clump and then just nuke it. Like I could see like even like tanks or flails potentially at some point just becoming a class that just like throws people in the center of something and then you just have a bunch of other people just like hit them. Who would flame me for this? I don't know, like a bruiser player that's like, no, bruiser's mandatory. It's been mandatory since the start of the game, and it's probably true in the sense that bruiser will probably still be played. But like this is like legitimately good on a lot of other classes too. Like a 3.5 meter, yeah, 3.5 meter AoE is massive. Like absolutely massive. Like the nice thing with Gravel is it also has a root. This doesn't have a root, but you can very easily like combo this into a root. What's the trade-off for running a set bonus? Opportunity costs. Like it has, they seem to have like potentially locked perks from what we're seeing. And then if you run one set bonus, you might not be able to fit like another set bonus. You might not be able to fit like an artifact. But set bonuses in general seem like they're good. Like the combo that seemed really good to me in PvP is you do one enraged for enraged hunt, and then you come down to uh stifling, and you pick up stifling evasion. So exiting a dodge will silence will trigger an AoE that does damage. So you basically just like do a combo of whatever, and then at the end of your combo, you dodge, exhaust yourself, pull everyone in, and do more damage, and then someone else does damage too, and you can kind of just like keep going. Nice, so no one will have any control over their characters. Well, kind of, right? But then like, I could also just like you could just run unmoved, and then you could just like ignore the fact that everyone's pulling you everywhere. Like unmoved is like not that bad. I don't know. How did Musket get buffs? Musket can run really, really low con and then just take advantage of all the offensive perks on gear and not really worry about defensive even more so than they could before, so it could be even squishier. There's anti-push and pull stuff too. Yeah. I mean, there's other stuff. It's basically just if you could find a way to get uninterruptible, it's just generally pretty good. So while exhausted, you gain it, then you don't get pulled. But there's not that many ways to get it. Like you can grip pot. Like grip pot will give you uninterruptible and you can walk out of things. I thought that new bow looked interesting. Yeah, someone linked a clip of it yesterday on stream and we looked at it. That AoE on it is absolutely massive. Like it is a giant pull. Like there's gonna be so many pulls next patch. It's actually gonna be kind of crazy, but like oh my god, there's gonna be so many pulls. Like I know normal tank is probably gonna feel fine to play. Flail is gonna be really weird. The other annoying part about Flail is you probably can't run unmoved with Flail, so you have to figure out a way to like get uninterruptible. So I've got to figure out a way to not get pulled by everything off the face of the earth. Don't flails do 60% more damage to people with grit and other punishing perks? Flail has that, but it's like it's like on trip and it's on the follow up on trip, so it's like incredibly niche. Like no one really uses the secondary follow up from trip. The other thing that seems like really weird to me is like I was like we're all looking at Enrage and it's like I feel like the Enrage 3 and 5 sets just like aren't worth going to. Like just use the one of with the Enrage and just take the pull. Like that's like the best perk by far on here. Like there's other perks that are decent, but like I just don't think you take it usually. IGVG Bruiser might just be fire, just pull people in the scream. I mean that's what I'm thinking too. Like you could just go IGVG and then you can just pull people in. Like you literally could just do that and then you could scream them at the end of it. Like I don't know. Like why would you run Bruiser when you could run IGVG? Like you could have access to stuns, I guess, and like the Rens and Rage Leech just kind of sounds insane too. Yeah, it's not bad. While enraged, all attacks grant 20% lifesteal. Yeah, it's just you have to run the full enrage set at that point. You got to make sure you don't get one tapped. Bruiser for follow up, grab Deado. Oh, like I'm sure if you want to like just full send a clump build, like you totally could still like run bruisers and all that. It's just like other roles have access to do what Bruiser does best now, which is the weird part. And the thing about like if IGVG does something like this is an IGVG could pull people into a vines and then they could drop an Oblivion, which is going to extend the duration of the vines, and then someone else could pull them into the center and then do the same thing. And it just like it sounds so gross when you start thinking about like what IGVG has the ability to do with Oblivion. Like Oblivion and IGVG with access to polls just sounds so gross next patch. And it feels like if you don't have access to uninterruptible, which is like the effect that prevents you from getting pulled, like you're just not gonna have a good time. Why are we trying to kill bruisers? Because nullifying Oblivion is so good. Oblivion is so good. Like Oblivion might be the best ability in the entire game. It's definitely top three. What about Bruiser in FFA zone 3-3 still good? I mean, I think Bruiser will still be good. It's just like I feel like IGVG's is better. Like we should be going back to a meta where we see like upwards of 10 IGVGs if everything like works out the way I think it's gonna work out. How's it going, Olympic? Bye bye quad DPS. Hello IGVGs. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. Because this would extend the duration of like all routes and stuff. Medium IGVG? Yeah, I mean what they run right now is they go medium IGVG with Jin. And then they throw on Invig. You might need an extra Vigor in this patch to be immune to other IGVGs. Crescent Wave and Quad DPS for sure. Oh yeah, Crescent Wave looks it's solid. So they wanted to. I wonder what the logic behind the buff. I don't know. I could see one being medium, the other being heavy in the same group. The other thing that I thought was kind of interesting is I'm wondering if people will try to do like a heavy build where you run a lot of offensive perks, so you're tankier than a light build with a lot of defensive perks, if that makes sense. Because the difference between a light and a heavy build is like 30% base damage. But you can get 25% base damage if you run the enrage set. Like this is 25% base damage right here. And then you're basically light and heavy, but then you're tankier than light. So then aren't you just better light? Does heavy get 3 dodges? No, heavy gets 2. Heavy gets 2, but if you run one energizing rune glass, heavy gets 3. So that's the trick. Azoth conductors and IGVG. I would probably like I would earmark Jin. The second thing I would earmark would be unmoved. I think unmoved is unironically like potentially good in a meta where there's a lot of pulls. But it depends how many pulls there are. Azoth is not runnable next season. It's barely usable now. Gotcha. So wars in season 10, everyone get pulled into the center and then 20-man mega crescent waves wiping out clumps. Yeah, I mean, I think tank gameplay is going to be really important and it's going to be like relatively easy to play tank. The other aspect that we're not talking about is like Lifestaff has the ability to like save somebody basically with 100% fortify. Crescent is chalked? How is Crescent chalked? Did he see all the things that buff melee heavy attacks? There are so many tools that buffed heavy attacks. So like, for example, on Crescent Wave, you could switch out one of these perks, and then you could just put in the perk that does more damage on your heavy attacks now, and it'll apply to the wave. So then the wave just got a giant buff. I was told it got nerfed that the wave only spawns if you hit the heavy. If there's not gameplay, it's not nerfed. I don't think that happened. There's a 15% armor pen damage nerf, but I did not hear about that, Big Mac. Maybe I was lied to. The extra perk slot is usually... Yeah, I'm not saying for the extra perk. I'm saying you could swap one of these perks potentially because one of these perks might become a socket. And then it can just add more damage to your heavy attacks, and your wave technically is a heavy attack. So what if Crescent Wave doesn't get a socket? If it doesn't get a socket, then you still have access to other things that buff it. So like there's like cursed... It's Cursed Enchantment, which will buff basic attack, and it's a basic attack, so that's a buff. I mean, you could put Enchanted on armor, which is obviously a buff. Um, I don't know, there's just like a lot of effects that felt like it made it stronger when we were going through this. Do we think Enchanted Ward is still good, or I think it's good in PvE. In PvP, I probably wouldn't run it. The one that seemed better was probably this, Enchanted Resilience, which it'll make it so you take more ability damage, but then you could just run like Elemental Aversion and like other effects, and you just get more bang for your buck. Or both, if you have enough slots. Do we even know if craft mods are being used next season? It's probably new ones. Because we have all these T2 perks, and then they have to keep the T1 perks for the people that did not buy the DLC. Pretty sure all craft mods are dusted. There was a talk about how all attribute mods are literally just gonna disappear. Which I probably should just like start selling now. I don't understand what changed with featherweight. So featherweight got to change to where if you get staggered, you get slowed. So it's difficult to run when you're getting chased with featherweight now. So featherweight's kind of like you have to stand and fight build, which if you have to stand and fight in light, you're basically playing a worse version of medium or heavy. So you have to like figure out a way to get the slow off of you, or featherweight becomes kind of weird. Flail kind of caught some nerfs too, but I think the main perk that we all really liked was like Prolonged Favor, I think it was called. Yeah, Prolonged Favor seemed really good. But then if you're in a VG meta, like does buff duration matter? Like, I don't know, probably not. What about Unimpeded to counter slow? Uh, it'll reduce the potency of the slow, yeah, but you'll still be slowed and you won't be at sprint speed. And if you're not at sprint speed, I think you're effectively an additional 10% slowed. It will help. I just don't know if it will help enough. Like, you're still going to be running, like, significantly slower than the person chasing you is the idea. The other thing that happened that was kind of crazy for healers is, like, Hatchet caught a major nerf to, like, CDR and, like, all these things. So then most healers probably have to switch to Freya. And then they have to, like, put new perks on Freya is probably going to be the plan. And if they have to use Freya, then they can't use a different they can't use the artifact life staff, and the artifact life staff probably will let you switch the perks too, and it'll also be good. So like healing's in a weird spot where it's like you could have more healing, or you could have like more defensiveness, and you're gonna probably have to choose in a few different spots. Do we know if infixes that drop on specific set bonuses will also drop on other gear? Or are they limited to items in that set? Uh, it seems kind of unclear, but you can get them like as neutrals. Like there was a picture of like a elemental damage reduction one that dropped as like a neutral perk. What are your thoughts on the new bow? I think the bow seems like it could be, yeah, it can be decent. It's just if you miss or the person dodges or it gets eaten by a maelstrom or like there's condition, it's bad. But if you could hit it, it's good. It's just you have to hit the poison thing so you pull people in. And then that has to be comboed by other people on your team or it's probably not going to do a ton. Do we know if dropped gear is weight based? If it has, so there's like if there's loot biasing on, it's weight based, and if you have biasing on, that effectively means that the raid drops are going to be kind of hard to get bis for your build with. It also means the M3 drops are going to be kind of hard to get bis with your build with. Um, the current way that people get around that is they purposely die and then they switch sets to get the drops that they want. I mean, there's a chance like that you could just go like heavier armor. Like maybe you can get away with heavy as long as you use like uh the enrage set and then you're okay. But it seems kind of sketchy. Have they updated New World Database with the new perks? No, New World Database is dependent upon the game updating and the game hasn't updated. So New World Database has not updated. What do you think will be the biggest overall meta change in Warzone Season 10 with the huge Sacred and DE nerfs? I mean, this is just like bias off of reading, but I think this might be insane. Like enraged hunt when exiting a dodge with more than 20 stam and enrage consume four stacks to trigger 3.5 meter radius AoE that will pull in nearby enemies. Like that just seems insane to me. There's probably going to be some people that like have no idea how to use it and they just completely grieve, but if you time it right, this is nuts. So you just get body blocked? I don't understand. I mean, this is just like it's like a grav well, but any class can cast it. That's why it's so good. Yeah, it's only four stacks too, so it's like you do four attacks and then you dodge and then it pulls. Like four attacks, dodge, pulls. Like it's like a super consistent thing you can get off. The suck build. It's literally the suck build. Like that's like the first thing we theory crafted is like, oh, you go that suck thing. You go down to stifling. You use this thing. It does damage as an AOE when you exit a dodge when you're silenced. So you just use your combo. You auto attack, grab silence, you dodge, and then that pulls everybody in. Like it's just massive, massive sucks. Have you quit Throne? A very long time ago, yeah. Like probably 4 to 6 months. Like it was like I'd say mid T2. And then I went to Deadlock in this game. And apparently I'm good at Deadlock, and I didn't know that until today. Because apparently the ranks are bugged. And I'm like top 1,000. Which I'll take, but it's still not that good, but I'll take it. It's like better than I thought I was. This patch feels like it just encouraged mindlessly spamming to get bonuses, which I don't like. I mean, the one saving grace I think for like Great Axe, this patch is like the charge changes lets Great Axe like literally leave any clump in the game. Like assuming they don't get pulled mid-charge. Which I guess they probably could get pulled mid-charge. Thoughts on shrapnel being good with the changes? Like the musket? Um, I mean, headshots are hard. Like, even for musket players, it's not very consistent to hit headshots. Like, it's probably fine. I just don't know if it's, like, good. They changed it to crits. I mean, it's better. It's not good. It's better. Like, I looked at all these changes, and, like, most of them did not seem that good. The Dorgan's Blade one seemed decent. Otsu seemed okay. I thought, and then the other one I kind of like is Unmoved. But I thought Unmoved is like, it's always been like a fringe. Like, it never was a fringe, but it's always felt like a fringe to me. Like, tanks actually considered running this at certain points in time. And now it just seems like, well, I mean, this other stuff got a nerf, it got a slight buff. We're in a meta where there's probably going to be access to a lot of pulls, and this just prevents you from being pulled. Yeah, pull meta. I mean, I just see that, and it's like, and then I'm like, yeah, Unmoved doesn't sound that bad right now. I'm a bit concerned coming from ESO. Don't want New World to become a game where your items to slash set bonuses are doing the heavy work for you to get kills. It's definitely like kind of going down that rabbit hole. I don't think it's going down completely that rabbit hole, but it's leaning that way. I think if you could like utilize your normal weapons and then also utilize the skills, that's where the skill gap's going to be. Yo, Memon, thank you. I appreciate it. So having refreshing on earring is equivalent of like 4 times refreshing? Yeah, it's like refreshing on earring is probably mandatory. Refreshing on earring for people that don't know is like a 10% now. Like they removed refreshing on gear, it seems like. And it's called refreshment, but max cooldown's reduced by like 10%. Like that's so good. So good. And then Void Gauntlet's the one that's like scaring all of us right now with Oblivion. Refreshing an earring is the new Hardy and Ring. AGS never learns. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I don't understand. It's like we remove Hardy, and then it's like, oh, you added refreshment to the game. It's like okay, but no, this seems like a very pro, like I'd say pro ranged patch. Generally going to be harder to live. Like I imagine it's going to be a lot of squishier people off the point and a lot more like tanky oriented people on the point with utility that like pull people into stuff. And then you use the range to help kill the people. But it could just be like a carbon copy of our previous metas. Why the fuck is refreshing move on earring? I don't know. But earrings had bad perks before, and now it has one slightly better perk. How many infixes can you equip? Up to 10? Maybe 11 if you include shield. It'd be kind of weird to like really limit test it, but it's kind of weird to like think about like what the plan for like early on is to try to like get ahead. I'm wondering if it makes sense to do the Halloween event to just get like some gear that will be like usable, or if it makes sense to just like immediately drop into catacombs, hope that you get something that's half decent and start upgrading that. Well, it's like there's universal perks. Like they break it down here. There's universal perks, which are all these like up, well, not there, but like higher up. And then there's weapon slash shield perks, and then there's armor shield perks, and then there's armor perks, and then there's like you just kind of there's certain things that can be only equipped by certain slots. Yeah, the healing hard is like also like insane this patch. Like it's literally it's not just 30% cousin. The thing is like it's for 3 seconds, right? And if I have I mean how much prolonged favor is needed to get it to another tick? So like you would need like what 33% to get one more tick. So if you run 4 prolonged favor, assuming it counts as a buff, you get another tick and then you get like another 10% heal. So what about Blunderbuss? Did I get a buff? Yeah, Blunderbuss got a huge buff. Blunderbuss got a buff in the form of an infix that increases your damage while you're within 10 meters by 20%, but you take 5% more damage. I don't know if Pestilence is necessarily the best one, or if it makes more sense to go like Artifact VG or Inferno. Like, there's a lot of options with Blunderbuss that are probably good. Yeah, I mean, Flail can just make it go crazy, right? Like, Flail with Prolonged Favor is going to be really funny. It's basically you just cast a buff and you just have the buff up all the time. I feel like I'm not gonna like I don't know. Like I almost feel like Trip is bad. Like on Flail now. Like why would you go Trip when you could just like dodge and pull someone somewhere? Like yeah, you prevent them from playing the game, but you can prevent them from playing the game with other stuff. Like Barrage is like a get out of jail free card, it's a fortify. Like I don't know, I feel like we're going backwards there. So you can just pair close quarters with the poison affinity. Yeah, the poison one's really weird. The 15% like poison damage. Maybe I search for poison. Like this might proc off a nature rune glass. If it procs off a nature rune glass, I'm like really concerned. It's not real. It's just copy paste a Conite. That's what I'm hoping for. Like I think they just like this might just be like the cleansing block where it's like they just put this here and they just like didn't like someone that put this together just didn't realize like they didn't know how to read like the perks. It is AGS though. Yeah. Is Big Mac still in here? Big Mac, how many IGVGs do you think people are gonna run? You're an IGVG, so you're biased, but like I could easily see it being like 8 to 10 IGVGs again. Like Oblivion got a massive buff, and then with the artifacts, IGVG can start fulfilling kind of other roles. So the idea with Oblivion that makes me really scared. I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to build out a tree. Um, but like the standard Oblivion or like IGVG tree right now is like something like this. Like something like that. Sometimes people cut this and they go that. The really crazy one is if people figure out a way to like go right tree somehow, which is probably really hard to do. Like really, really hard to do. And then you can do double oblivion. This is probably overcooking it though. Oh, you need abilities too. Yeah, you lose too many stats. Never mind. But if you there's a like you can technically go Oblivion, Glimpse of the Void, Oblivion, and then it would extend debuffs by 60%. So then you could like perma root somebody. Deep frying, yeah. It's a perma root build though. Like it's possible to like literally root somebody for like 4 to 5 seconds with that kind of setup. No more bruisers, only IGVG heavy blade. This is all based off of like one thing being good though. Like this is based off of the enraged set with the one equipped with the enraged hunt being consistent. Because if that works, then you have a giant pull, and then you like Bruiser's no longer a requirement because you have another class that could pull people into stuff. Wonder if AGS made the new gems release this season able to be used as broom glass for next season. Are there new gems? So that's the fun part from a PvP standpoint. I think there's a bunch of other like really cool things though. The weird one is I don't even know if healers like run these sets. Like you give a person a fortify, like it's a slight chance to save somebody. You heal someone a little bit more. Like those seem like kind of mid to me. And then you read the other set, which is the focus set, and this one has a lot better stuff, but like this effect's just not gonna like consistently work because people are gonna be in sacred grounds or beacons. And then this one's like, I don't know if you're gonna have a healer set out all the time. Everyone's just gonna use rune glass now. I mean, yeah, there's no downside to using rune glass. So why wouldn't you just use it? It costs a lot, but that's about it. I'd run the focus on flail PvP build for additional heals for those and maybe enrage and enrage leech. I don't really care about like healing people with flail. Like the only reason why I'd run focus set for flail would just be like if this 5% cooldown reduction on heal like worked off the flail ultimate. If that works off the flail ultimate, I would definitely consider running the focus set on flail. If it doesn't, I probably wouldn't run it ever. Like I feel like just the general like good set is you go enraged with enraged hunt. So that's a 1. Then you go down to stifling, you pick up a 2 of to have the silence effect, and you pick up the AoE damage. So I'm using 3 pieces now. And then you do a 4 with tenacity. And so now I'm at 7 pieces. I have grit. I have silence. I have a giant pull. I have this combo thing, and I have 3 more slots, and I just fill those out with artifacts. Is 100% fortify not insane? It's insane, but it's only for life staff stuff. That's the problem. Because it says burst heals. And Flail doesn't have a burst heal, and Void Gauntlet doesn't have a burst heal. You could also purge 1 debuff every 3 seconds with blocking, so this with Flail is pretty annoying to deal with. I mean, that was kind of in the game before. It was never that good. It was okay. Burst heals equals Vortex miicrow? Maybe? If it is, then it's good. I mean, at that point, then, like, the orb pop would maybe be a burst heal. What is a burst heal? I don't know. They just introduced this new terminology that no one knows what it means. What is a burst heal? I'm curious what might go well with bow for season 10. It's very likely Hatchet. Hatchet got changed to have equal strength dex scaling, which is like an insane buff. Makes it incredibly good for bow because you could just do dex scaling and your Hatchet's just going to do more now. Leeching is a burst heal? I don't think it goes that far. Shirking Hills is a burst heal. We just need to wait for the patch, not these patch notes. We need to wait for the patch to drop to data mine it to figure out what a burst heal actually means, because like it's just not clear. In some parts of this article, AGS mentions that they want to address some of the extreme numbers for certain buffs, etc., and then focused fortify gives 100% fortify. Yeah. And then keenly fortified is like the best source of fortify in the game per perk. Did they say they're going to increase the empower cap? They're likely not going to. I've got that question like 3 or 4 times today, though, so now I'm curious where that got mentioned, but I don't think it's going to be increased. So is the new meta shirking fort and shirking heals? It depends how many IGVGs are slotted. I think the one perk that's like likely meta is this cursed perk. Is that the right one? No. Was it cursed? Not cursed? What's the one that like you take like a lot less damage to uh melee attacks, but you take more from abilities? I think that one's really good. I think scroll down. It's enchantment, right? Enchant something? Enchanted resilience, that's it. So reduce attack or basic attack damage towards you by like up to 10%. They take 5% more from abilities. I just think that's a good perk. Because like, if a Void Gauntlet's on you, the Void Gauntlet's only source of damage is like their left clicks. Like this just like kind of hard counters VG. Which I really like. Because VG seems really strong to me. Until they scream and spike you. It's been a long time since the IGVGs pulled out the spike. It's been a very long time. But yes, if they pull out the spike, that will counter this. It has been like 2 to 3 years since they pulled out the spike. Unless you're one of the guys that have played against an OPR like 2 days ago, in which case every single like fire staff and IGVG was running spike for some reason, and I still don't know why. This package patch is so cooked for frontline. I want to end my... No. There's some really good buffs for frontline too. Sturdy fortification, for example, just throw that on a shield. 24% fortify, 1 perk. Done. Oh, on a shield, huh? Oh yeah, we're all going SNS now. Yep. If you don't have a shield, I'm sorry, you're dying. SNS still on top. Yep. With SNS, you can get to like 100% fortified really fast. Like you could run this. This is like 24% fortify. Like I could even write it out. Like, what is that perk? Sturdy fort. Was it 20? 24? Yeah. And then you got keenly fort. And then you have shirking fort. Which is like, in theory, up to 45%? If I read this right. And then there's shield rush. And then there's like 3 or 4 other effects too. Like I'm not going like if you block you get another 20%. Yeah, if you block as an SNS passive you get a 20%. Like I don't know. And then you throw on the perk that just makes fortifies just extend forever and you're just like you're tanky. Until people run 80% armor pen because you could run 80% armor pen. And then you're less tanky. And then all that gets gone by one nullifying oblivion. Yeah, that's the problem. And then you get oblivion. but what if we don't get oblivion though? What if we don't? Like surely we don't get oblivion, right? Dodge the initial cast of Oblivion. Is that a thing? There's no way you could dodge the initial cast of an Oblivion. That would be crazy. You can't? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, everyone there's also half the people are crying about Fire Staff getting nerfed. I was like on my lunch break today, and there's someone that shall not be named that was in a Discord call that I joined like while I was going to get lunch, and they were like basically crying that Fire Staff got nerfed, and it was like, bruh, like Fire Staff has been good for so long, and it's still good. It still has empowering meteor shower, still grinding good. Schmeck, I figured out how to get like 200% armor, and it's gonna last forever. Until I get Oblivioned, and there's going to be way too many IGVGs because IGVG is way too good on this patch. What about the Greatsword artifact? Oh, the Greatsword artifact's insane. Like, they nerfed it, but then they buffed it in like 3 different ways. So it's probably insane. But on the bright side, it might get one shot. VG got a buff? Oh, VG got a giant buff. I don't know why it got a giant buff. So VG got like Nullifying Oblivion, which looks insane. The other thing that like we haven't been talking about is like there's Pen Backstab, which you could just slot on any armor piece now. So IGVG just has 40% armor pen, so that's cool. Like, yeah, IGVG needed that with Void Blade. Like, that's awesome. What did they change with the Greatsword? With the Greatsword, the wave was proccing the Greatsword passive perk that was like penetrating heavy armor. So that was a nerf. The part that was a buff is they added some like perks that like reduce your ability damage but increase your like your light and heavy attack damage, and that wave technically counts as a heavy attack, so it's increased by that damage and kind of scales it out of Oblivion. So I think the Greatsword might just be a better Fire Staff. Healer deserves every nerf they got. uh, I mean, the other thing is everyone's going to be like running lower con, so I don't know how that's all going to work out. Except for tanks. Tanks are running high con. And flails are... I don't know how much con flail's going to run. Probably a lot. Probably not like a ton, but probably a lot. Like, I imagine it's like 200 focus, like 350 con. Like, that's probably what I would do on flail. Like, I know people did 250, but like, I feel like I think 200's probably enough. Just enjoy New World for a week or two while the chaos is here. It will die down when Arc Raiders releases and we all switch to the superior game. Enchanted Ward sucks now. It's half the value, but it's still one of the best perks in the game in PvE. I think in PvP, there's maybe better options, but PvE, it's Enchanted Ward is so good. Like Schmeck put together like some build stuff that I'm stealing, and I think in all of these he's still using Enchanted Ward. Yeah, he's still using Enchanted Ward. He's using Grit Ward on top of it, and then he's using Tenacity to proc Grit more consistently. I just landed. Any thoughts about Musket? Musket looks insane, and Musket's like one of my top 4 weapons for the patch. Like my top 4 weapons in terms of the most improved. Do I still have it here? Yeah. I think BB is very, very improved in compared to where it is at right now. BB, like it just got a gigantic damage buff with a bunch of different perks that got added. Warhammer got a giant damage buff. And like utility buff. Void got a giant buff, and then Musket got a giant buff. Like these are my top 4. Do we have any information about new resources? No, there's literally nothing. We know that 7 or like 250 is probably the max, but we don't know anything about new Nighthaven stuff. You won't be able to hit your breakpoint if you don't do more than 250. Not with prolonged favor. Prolonged favor helps a bit. is the 2% nerf to fire staff significant? It's not just the 2% nerf, it's also like the change to refreshing pillar of fire that makes it like really, really hurt. Like fire staff just doesn't have access to like consistent AoE damage anymore. It's more of like a burst finisher kind of thing that like bow was, but fire staff was like kind of a cheese version of it. The 2% is somewhat significant. It's not a 2% nerf. Um, because fire staff has S tier scaling, and they stated that S tier scaling weapons will have 95% scaling, and fire staff currently has 100% scaling. So it's like a 5% and then another 2. So I'd view it as like a 7. Like it's like a 7% nerf, which is pretty big. Spear got shafted. Oh yeah, Spear got destroyed. Like the skill perks to Spear just like, oh, what happened? I'm glad M3 will be relevant for some time. Dead content for so long. It will definitely be good. I don't know if it's necessarily BIS, but it's good enough to be considered BIS for certain people, I think. Oh, the Discord message. The Discord thing doesn't work on the YouTube side. Crush is messaging me to set up like some bot to get to work, but there you go. Manual Discord. This is where we'll be theory crafting day 1. But the TLDR is healing like life staff. I think caught a massive nerf overall. Uh, Great Axe or like Great Axe also got a massive buff. Like the charge thing is like actually huge for Great Axe. The only confirmation for S is 91%. We don't know exactly the skill 95 or 100% yet. I thought there was like a message from like a dev and like the main thing that said it was 95%. My guess is every build might want 1 or 2 4-socket items. Just not as many as the players originally thought. Schmeck, you didn't slot a lot of those infixes too. I saw that. But like a lot of these are actually like good if you can get them in PvE. Like they're like free damage. So I was a little surprised. Like this is free damage. Critical Storm, just free damage. Done. Uh, what's another one? I mean, close quarters is like great if you have a ranged weapon. Chain lightning seems like pretty good. Like there's like 2 or 3 that are probably worth it. TLDR, Oblivion Land. Yeah. Oblivion, like, probably needs to get hot fixed. I think if that Oblivion debuff extension thing gets, like, reworked to only be damage over times or gets removed, then it's, like, much more balanced. Yeah, I didn't have a lot of stuff on it for the safest build, which would have to give up some defensive perks. Do we know if the gear that rolls, like the set bonuses that roll, are those perks locked or are they like RNG per drop? Like that's the part I don't understand. One is locked. Cause like they show like 2 perks on there. If the one locked is actually good, it's not that bad. Like I think the one for the elemental 5% elemental was like it had vital synergy. Like that's a good perk. Set bonus gear seems to be 2 out of 5 hex perks, but those should be random. Yeah, so it's just like you have to like RNG it. What's the meta gonna be for bruisers? Do we know yet? Um, the way I'm looking at it right now is for like PvP, there's like a set combo that sounds like disgusting. So the combo is you go enraged set, you go one of into enraged set, you pick up enraged hunt. So when you exit a dodge, you pull people. Then you go down to the stifling set, which is the silence one. You pick up a 2 of in that so that you have the ability to silence, and then when you exit a dodge while silence, you trigger an AoE that does damage. So now you have like extra burst. And then on top of both of those, then we go down to the tenacity set, and you pick up the 4 of, so you just have grit. So now you have the 7 of, you have a grit, and then you have this combo where you basically use your ability dump, then you light attack to trigger the silence on yourself, and then you dodge, and then that dodge triggers an AoE, and then will pull everybody into you from the enraged effect too. So it's like you have a combo, people are leaving, and then you pull everyone back in. And like that just sounds like so gross to me. How are you feeling about the new silence set bonus right now? I mean, I think the 2 of is strong and the 4 of is like dumb. Like I don't know why you go the 4 of. But like the infixes on the silence set like kind of are terrible except for like one. I mean, maybe the one where just like you have absorption's okay. Does freedom help in that case? Freedom won't help with pulls. Freedom will help with roots. The thing that will help with pulls is if you have uninterruptible, which is why I was saying earlier that I think unmoved is low key like actually looking kind of good, because unmoved just prevents you from getting pulled, and on top of the nerf to Tumbler, I don't think unmove's in that bad of a spot. And then the other thing with Bruiser is like you're basically already out of power cap. You don't really need Tumbler to hit in power cap and Bruiser. Just people like to run Tumbler. If I'm gonna be honest, like you're already at like 30%. You have the ring perk. You're at like 38%. Like you don't need much more to hit the empower cap. Uh, so you have a lot more artifact flexibility than people give it credit for. And unmoved is just like the I would like to control my character artifact. Does it unmove take away your dodges? No. That's the wall. The wall takes away your dodges. Unmoved prevents you from getting pulled anywhere. And then the other thing with Bruiser is if you have the new charge perk, I think it's refreshing charge, which I don't know why it's called refreshing charge when it doesn't have refreshing anywhere in it. But it lets you pass through allies and enemies. So you no longer can get body blocked. So Bruiser seems good from that, but then at the same time, it's like I could also just play IGVG, use the enrage set, and pull everybody into me. And it's like, am I a better Bruiser? Like I just like root them with vines, and then I drop an Oblivion, which extends the duration of my root from vines, and like that's cool. I feel like the charge perk, like the Great Axe charge, is like kind of OP, but it gets stopped by Ice Wall, which then increases the importance of IGVGs, which makes IGVG even more potent on top of being like a really good class right now. So like I think it's just like IGVG becomes good because of this. The other thing too is like if you get rooted, you're not gonna be able to charge out of the root, right? And most bruisers aren't like cleansing in the charge. So like the main thing is just like you want to be able to root chain. It's just like if the bruisers like do a double dodge in the charge, like they'll be able to get out of most stuff. So like body blocking got a massive nerf though. Like there's not like a good reason to try to body block bruisers. PvP track will be the same, or will there be more levels? It's the same with rewards that are like gear sets. Is this Micro's longest ever stream? Oh, yeah, we're pretty close. It's definitely long. The second I have my dog wants to go to bed, I'm gonna let him in my room. All Alright, doggo required. So what I understand, we'll never be able to get all gear from just doing PvP. You'll be able to get the PvP sets, but you won't be able to get all the gear, yeah. Did I miss the BB Theorycraft? Everything's like, I'm not doing like a hard build Theorycraft right now because I don't know like what gear pieces all the infix stuff will be on. But BB Theorycraft is pretty simple. It's just use the perk that increases the damage for BB, for, like use all the enchanting effects. Like enchanted to uh cursed enchantment. You use the one that boosts the heck out of um your BB damage if you're within 10 meters, which you'll basically always do that. Use like shirking empower, use keenly empowered. Uh Probably use enchanted attacks too, which I guess is one that we already kind of mentioned. And then you just use like gear sets that increase your auto attacks. Do we know what sets are in what content? The thing that we know is there's 3 sets that are in PvE content, and then there's so 3 are from the raid, 2 are from catacombs, and 3 are from PvP track. And there should be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's 8. So 3 are PvE, 3 are from the, according to the dev, there was supposed to be 8, so I just gotta double check. But there's 3 from the raid, 3 from PvP, and 2 from catacombs. So what PvP track to get the sets? We don't know because we don't have the patch and that wasn't in the notes. The other thing we didn't pull up at all is we didn't pull up the... I mean, this is a little bit less exciting, but it's still, like, probably worth looking at. There's also, like, track rewards and gets you some stuff from this. Mostly that you get the hatchet from level 20. And a lot of skins. Like, a lot of skins. Like, oh my god, a lot of skins. Alright, that's all the skins. But yeah, it seems a lot better than it's been in the past. Is premium worth it though? I mean, if you want the skins, it is. If you don't, it's not. But this is probably the most that you will ever have gotten from one pass. All right. We are approaching my bedtime. So I guess if there's any I'll probably do like 5, 10 more minutes, but if there's anything else that you guys want to talk about, let me know. But this will probably have to start back up together tomorrow. I'm trying to preserve my voice as we go into week 1. But it seems like there are a ton of changes. Some in the right direction, some kind of questionable. But overall, there's a ton of changes, and it's definitely going to be a ride. The Tenacity set seems like probably the best set overall, though. Like, it's just like consistent grit. And this is like part of the reason why I don't think Trip on Flail is that good anymore, because people probably have access to a lot more grit. Like, it's still good, but I think it's more about like pulling people into a spot and like locking them in place in roots rather than trying to knock them over. Does charge have grit? Oh god, it does have grit. Well, you can get stunned out of it at least. Alright. Miicrow, I guess the only consideration is this, since everyone on point will have grit, do you think you'll have time for your polls and pay attention to that, I guess? Uh, the polls don't, like, grit won't help versus polls. Uninterruptibles will. You can still get pulled while you have grit up. Thanks for the long stream, Micro. Yeah, no problem. This is the longest it's been, and I need to probably call it soon. I'm starting to lose my voice. Or probably gonna look to call it. Yeah, no, it's cooked unless you have uninterruptible. But let's see who is up still that we could pass the giant party to. I think I OK onto one. He did me a giant braid at one point, and I never gave it back. Keontu is really good at the PvE stuff, and he's always kind of funny. How do you get uninterruptible? Through some like skill effects. The grit potions are a good way, and then unmoved is another really good way. So I'm probably gonna call it for now. If you haven't joined the Discord, would recommend doing so. We'll talk more there about optimization and like builds and stuff like that in the next couple of days. Uh, but I'm probably gonna call it there so that I can rest my voice before I lose everything. And I'll see you guys later. Peace.